Where are we? What episode is this? I don't even know what episode it is. I'm like 2 weeks ahead in recording compared to the footage I've uploaded to YouTube. So we're on episode 30 or something. And this will probably be coming out in like a week or two if I release an episode every day. Been almost playing that much, almost recording an episode a day. Anyway, we're episode a billion. We are doing good. Late game Vulcan, kinda, sorta. Getting a little better with every session. The last session, I remember, I was mostly just playing with like lighting. Just make things look a little nicer. Which I think is actually very worth doing. Something I've not done enough of. Having this space look even somewhat presentable has already been like big for me enjoying the game. It's a worthy tangent. If I remember right, we had been working on getting this orange guy. Orange? It's almost orange. It's got lights now. It's got some orange. A little more cladding we need here to finish that. So maybe I'll just start with that real quick. Let's go mine a little bit while I'll just chat about what I'm thinking. I think. But I remember we were out of iron. We could do a quick check too. What are we low on? 12 of that, none of that. 4 of that, so no copper. Those are always maxed from the deep miners. Pretty much copper and iron. Low on steel too. Okay. Mostly copper and iron. Ahem. But I was thinking, what do I want to do today? I've just been thinking a bit. So there's no rush for anything, really. We're just kind of tinkering away at things. And there's some big projects going on right now that are going to take a bit. One of the biggest ones, I think, is I want to collect nitrogen. I want... we've got this gigantic, awesome trade center, which is for trading things with any vendor. And we've got the oxygenated hangar where we can bring in the oxygen vendors. The main reason I wanted to set that up, well, I just wanted to do it for one, but I actually want to put it to use. I want nitrogen. Nitrogen's kind of hard to get for us right now. We built this gigantic evaporation center, which is the exact same thing as our pollution evaporation center, but this one's just for nitrogen. And it's going to be able to cool off way colder. Its top end, the hottest, where it'll just barely condense, is at like negative 93 Celsius. It'll go down all the way to like negative 200 we're targeting. So I want to do this really bad. That's going to be a fun project, but this isn't just like a vanity thing at all to achieve the coldest colds we can cold. But this is also going to be really useful for making the rocket fuel and get us into cryogenics. We can use this to liquefy oxygen and volatiles, combine them to make fuel, and then have liquid fuel for our rockets. So that's the direction I really want to go. And then with rockets, I want to do outposts with deep mining and even automate all that so we can go get payloads of ore, bring them back, plug them into the system. They'll get centrifuged and churned into resources in the mall. So that's kind of a big direction I want to go. Problems here, things to work on. Right now, this guy's like, well, it's not. It's pretty perfect. It's a start actually. There's more to do here. So, for one, I want to be able to sell stuff. Right now, we've got one volatile thing plugged in, and it's a little bit tricky to sell things here. We have like infinite volatiles and carbon dioxide we can sell. We could probably start selling water, start selling fuel, start selling some more expensive resources, and that would be a really good source of income that is fully automated for us, where we have like the production is totally done by computers. So that's going to be a lot better use of time. That's going to be cheaper than if we were to like go out and mine ore like we've been doing. Up until this point, that's basically been the fastest way to make money, is just sell ore to people. But I was thinking I want to be able to sell more easily, and I don't want to have a whole series of a billion of these, because this took forever to make. I was thinking we should write a program, have a different pump for every resource that we could possibly want to sell, and then in our trading area in there, we could write a program that would allow us to turn a dial for like how many thousands of moles we want to add to the system, and then turn another dial to just select what are you going to add. Are you adding volatiles, fuel, water, whatever? But you select what you want to add, you select how much you want to add, you click a button for load the thing, and then it would pick the right pump to pump the right resource in. Well, first off, it would pump to vacuum. The first thing it's going to do is just unload any resources that are left in there, clear the tanks. That's stage one. And then it would pump whatever requested amount of stuff into the station. And then it would go back to its idle state. So with just that, we could go talk to a vendor, see what they want to buy, go select that amount of resources, click the button, go sell stuff to them, and then have everything totally automated there. Additionally, we've got the hangar doors here, so we can even like close the hangars if we want when they're in here, and make sure that these guys aren't getting exposed to any hot air. We can keep cold, have oxygen on them, and not heat up the resources. So I'm thinking that's a worthy cause. That's a pretty easy program. That's pretty much a combination of a couple ones that we've already written. We're using dials in the crafting area to do the selection of like how many items you'd like to create. So that problem's already been solved there. We can very easily use a dial to just select a different thing. You want volatiles, carbon dioxides, etc. That's just directly tied into a dial with no thinking, basically. And we can copy the shoot dial code for that as well, for the mall controlling shoot dial. But anyway, I'm thinking that we've already solved these problems, more or less. That's going to be a pretty easy program that would be immediately super useful for generating some money from traders. So that's one thing I want to write. That's some good IC code. We'll see how long that takes. Shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. And a chunk of that, too, will just be like piping in resources. Right now we've got like one pipe, or one resource. We need to make sure we've got everything plugged in, run a few pipes in, do some physical building. So that's one thing to do, along with the trading. So right now we've got the awesome trade center. We can't bring anyone in because the satellite dish is so slow to acquire targets, and the feedback is terrible. With the large, so if I'm trying to bring in a large trader, which is all I'm interested in, those are the highest value traders. They got the best stuff. So it's pretty much all we want to bring in. If you're trying to bring in a high value trader, if you don't have the satellite dish pointed like directly at them, then the process of interrogating them to figure out how good the connection is, that alone will take like 5 or 10 minutes just for a single check. And then you have to make adjustments and check again and adjust and check again. It's pretty impossible to manually control. And reading around on like Reddit and stuff, people are saying the same thing, and they're making mods to make the thing move 10 times faster just so that they can sell. And I might do that. But I'm thinking I don't want to give up until we have to. I want to use the trading center. I want to get our nitrogen from that. And I don't want to just start using mods because we were running into a problem. I want to at least try and solve it a bit more. So last session we tried to add a medium satellite dish that I was thinking would be faster to move, so it'd be faster to check out targets and acquire the right one, and then we could swap over to the large satellite dish. That was a good thought. That was a good try. It did not work at all. The acquisition period on the medium satellite is even worse than large, since it has so much less power than the large one. So it is taking, again, an unusable amount of time to be able to get us a reading of like how good the signal is. We just wanted to use that to point in the right direction and then make the large satellite do the actual calling in. But we're not able to use that at all for any of the targets we're interested in. So I might as well just pull that up and get rid of it. That was an attempt. That's not going to work. But I have more ideas. I was thinking about it, thinking what can we do? I need to look more at the various like programming parameters that are available on the dishes. Let's see if maybe there's something that jumps out as obvious choices. But I've already seen we can, when it does the acquisition period, it'll acquire to like 100%, and then it'll tell you how off the target is. But if you're watching it programmatically, then it's not just like a set value. It'll go from 0, or -1 actually. It goes to like 0.002 and then like 0.004 or whatever. So it goes up very slightly. This value is changing. when you're looking at it programmatically. Now that's something that like we can't really do anything with that with the human eye. It's really hard to be able to gauge if it's going up by 0.02 or 0.03, but a computer can. So we could point in a direction, and we don't have to wait for the full target acquisition. We could wait literally for like a sleep for 1 second is probably okay, or maybe 2 seconds, or maybe 5 seconds, some variable, but just a teeny amount of time. We just need to see how far away from that -1 does the thing flick. If we can, and then we can use that to gauge the strength. So what I'm thinking for a program on the satellite dish, it's got basically just like an X and then a Y, where you just kind of rotate and then go up. So I'm thinking you go at like 45 degrees, you rotate around looking for a target, you go just like 1 degree, and then see does the signal go up or does it go down, or is it still just nothing. But anyway, you keep going until you catch the signal, and then you keep going until the signal goes down. And once it's going down, you've passed your target, right? So then you do the same process the other way, and then settle on like the exact right X for where it's strongest. And then you do the exact same thing with the Y. You go up a little bit, starts going down, you go down a little bit until it goes down again, and then you go right back and settle. That should be I haven't written this before, I'm not certain, but I think that should be a pretty straightforward and pretty perfect program for zooming in on a target and settling or getting the signal correct automatically for some sort of vendor without us having to wait for that whole acquisition period. I think the big variable there is how long does the thing take to spin, and I don't think that's super bad. Probably more how long do we have to wait for every check on the signal strength is the bigger variable I'm thinking. So this might not work at all. I'm not sure exactly how that parameter works, but if it's working like I'm describing and working like I'm thinking, then I think we could write some code to automatically zero in on targets. If we could get that, that would make life way easier. And then I know they already have code. You can specify to a satellite dish, target like this specific vendor ID, if I recall correctly. And I'll have to look into that. I would hope that we could do a vending category ID. You could select like all the seed vendors, for instance, would be a good choice. But it might be like specific vendors. Either way, I think we can make it work. But you can specify like, I'm looking for this specific target. I could have a dial where you choose between ore vendor or a seed vendor or air vendor, whatever the big categories are. I think there's only like 6 of them. But we could specify a dial for what are you looking for, what category of seed, what category of vendor, like seed as an example. And then we could have another dial for what like size of vendor are you looking for. Do you want, there's like 3, there's close, medium, far. Do you want one of the big vendors, one of the small vendors, any vendor? What are you interested in there? So if we could have that be a program as well. Now that might be a pretty big program too, actually. We'll see. That might have to map like 100 vendors to their various categories that of like what thing they sell, their item category. And then like you have to keep track of the satellite dish and all the various sources that were available to them. And you'd have to check to see where they are on the list and if they're the right category. So this is a lot. Just saying all that, that's a lot of words. This is immediately feeling like a lot. But if we could do that, and it is just a lot of doable baby steps, then we should be able to get to the point where we can basically just turn a dial for like, I want the far vendors for seeds, go. And then the thing would scan until it finds them, it would acquire the target, and then bringing them in as one line of code as well. So you could just set what you want and then check on the trade center every once in a while and see if anyone's shown up yet. I think that would be a pretty ideal use case there. I can't think of like a better way to do that, although we're likely to have to think of a different way. We'll see what necessity says. But I think that might be doable, and that would be like really nice without having to cheat or mod or anything. And it would be better than cheats or mods. I would much rather make a computer do that job instead of manually trying to suss out targets and zero in on them. It's busy work. So these are all tangents of things I want to do. That would be a good way to get trade going for nitrogen. Then we can start playing with rockets. Just going straight for liquid fuel before even gas fuel there. That's the thing to do. I was thinking too, the furnace setup still isn't done. I've been just like putting that off at this point. I kind of know what I want to do there, what approach I want to take, and I've just been going slow at it. Got in the habit of not doing it. We should probably poke at that. At least get it a little further. I would like it to rotate through all the items on the mall. I would like it to see when something is low, and then just set all the furnace parameters for what it takes to make that item. We've already mostly written that program. I was running into an issue of running out of lines of code and wondering how we're going to get all of the various things into memory. But I think I've got that figured out now. That'll be okay. So I already got a solution there. I just need to build that and plug it in. It's not a really complicated solution either. So things to do. Lots of stuff. I think most of it is just like IC programming. Everything I've just said is just like hours of programming, basically. I think there's literally zero construction in any of that except for adding like more tanks and pipelines for bringing resources into the trade center. Other than that, it's just like throwing down IC chips and programming. So things to do. All sorts of spaceman activities today. And I think what I just described is multiple days, if not like a week or two. We'll see. But I'm happy to have some direction of things that would be fun to do and very useful. You clicking blocks is busy work. This is busy work. This is the worst busy work right now. Eventually when we get rockets, I want to do outposts, and we might want to make outposts before then. But getting more deep miners going will auto-generate resources. We're auto-generating silver and gold, but that's it. We don't have anything else. Gotta give that some time. And it's not terrible, so I just spent, what, like 10 minutes zooming around farming? I filled up all my bags, and the mall system does most of the work for us. This is the busy work portion, but dealing with all of these resources is like fully automated. So it's not so bad. You feed the beast and then get a bunch of playtime, enough time to build all sorts of things. That is definitely true though. That's one of the better busy works to reduce. Getting the auto miners is good. We've only got these right now, but we could easily expand to have more. Oh, and I need more centrifuges too. This is starting to overflow since we added a ton of deep miners. These guys are supposed to be adding nitrogen too. How's our nitrogen cooling? Up to 4.2 pascals. We've gone up by like 0.1 pascal in hours and hours of playtime. So it's going up extremely slow from just processing on the centrifuges. It is going up though. Anyway, we've made it home. We've discussed things to do. Now we can do the processing. There you go. It goes up and gets sorted, digested, smelted. Distributed into the mall. And even auto-distributed to the machines. This is mostly automated. Just the actual ore production, not so much. I think that's more... one of the more wild thoughts I've ever read. I'm gonna say what? And maybe... okay. Anyways. Where are we? Chilling? Alright, so the iron has been farmed and entered the mall. And the logic picked that up. And this machine demanded some iron. And it shooped through the tubes. And the machine is crafting 142 of the claddings. Science. Alright, we're chilling. Ooh, this guy's good, actually. Can we bring this guy in? 7 minutes. 70 degrees. This is the wrong... this is large dish. Damn. Come on. It's like this is the kind of scenario where it's pretty close. But in 7 minutes, we're not going to be able to turn the thing. I'm going to go down 1 notch. We'll see how brutally slow it is. This is the movement. 1 notch is 10 degrees, which is a lot. And then you just watch it slowly rise. So we could be reading this programmatically right now, and we could read it after a set time, after it was finished doing its thing. Give it 5 seconds, or 2 seconds, or whatever. And then give it a read. Damn, I want to bring this guy in. This, so the building dude buys these resources. This is like the best vendor we could bring in for quick money. We've already got this plugged into the vending systems completely. No, I was thinking too, it'd be good to add a dial for this section. We could add a simple dial like here maybe, to just change where stuff's going. Right now everything gets dropped on the ground, but we could have a chute we could toggle. Instead of getting dropped on the ground, you could have that option, but you could also run over and join the vending machine. Sometimes the vendors have super obnoxious recipes that it's like 15 canisters, and you just can't even carry those. They don't stack, so it's just pain to move that many objects when nothing is stackable. If I could just tell the machine to make 15 and send it straight into the vending machine, then that's going to make all of those recipes much less of a pain. Bunch of things to do there. I was thinking too, I'm tempted to tweak my shoot logic very, very slightly, just so the label changes. Instead of being 0, 1, 2, 3, it could say idle, furnace, auto lathe, pipe, tools, electro. I like that idea. How you doing? Did that make it better? So that made it worse, and it cost 2 minutes. So let's go the other way. Not a lot of attempts there. Empty belts come back out at the end of the system. Oh, and I forgot, I swapped out the jetpack. We don't want to run out of jetpack. Let's make sure we got a backup. Alright, so that's a lot of words. It's a bunch of things I want to do. And a bunch of things we're likely to do in the up and coming future. For right now, for just a minute, I'm gonna keep working on this room. Let's get this thing done. It was almost done. There's just a tiny bit of styling left to do before things are looking a little better. So what do we got here? We got some orange all over the place. Missing some orange on the ceiling. Missing some floorboards. Easy cleanup. Accidentally put some in a bag, I remember. Show me. Which bag? This one. Floor. Isn't it beautiful? It looks so much better. Floor. Looking good. We're missing some corner ones there. I'm carrying like a billion ladders on me. Probably don't need any. Clean up. Alright, I think that's enough of those. You gotta calm down. Let's shut that off. And then change to a different recipe. Ooh, and canceling it has not fixed the lock here. Okay. I want to look at that real quick. This is the second time that's happened to me. First, let's check. Did we get the vendor dude? How you doing, vendor dude? Vendor dude's 87 degrees. It's only getting worse as he's moving away across the sky. Seems like this was the correct spot. And then it's probably like needs to go left or right. And we have a minute left, so we're already gonna lose him. Goodbye, vendor dude. Let's see, I was saying, I've run into a bug a couple times where I shut this guy off, and I think we went to the, okay, we didn't cancel correctly here. So it stopped crafting, but we still have like 9 on the queue, and the thing is still locked where no buttons work. So what's going on here? I saw this once before on the electric machine too. I think I've fixed like 5 or 10 bugs already on this code. This has been a tricky one. Let's take a quick look and see if I can figure out what's going on in here. What are you thinking? Import the code. Throw that back. Should still be all locked and stuff. That reset everything. Damn. Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's just think. So what's happening? We were in... First off, what is this? This is our programming code for our crafting devices. Each crafting device here is automated so that we can specify a hundreds column, tens column, 1 column, and specify how many of a thing you want to build. You just rotate the dials up to 999. And then you click run to make it run. It'll make that many of a thing. And then you can click turn this button off to cancel your run, which will reset all the dials and unlock the thing and give control back. The reasoning for this is that it is nice to just specify how many things you want to build for one, but more than that, there is also logic in here where when we execute a job programmatically, we can tell it to also internally mark if it's missing resources. So that logic sets memory that gets picked up by other programming chips, which then send resources along and feed the machines whenever they're hungry. So this whole program is basically so that we can automatically feed them resources without just running through all of our resources by making as much as we possibly can of anything that we try to make, if that makes sense. So that's what this is. It's been working relatively well for a while. It's already saving a lot of time and effort and correctly drawing resources from the line. If anything ever goes wrong there, we should see them pop out right here and fall right here, which is not you. So we'll know if anything goes funny. But yeah, everything's going good there. We just ran into a bug. I clicked cancel at a weird time, and then it didn't cancel. Instead, it just froze up and didn't start the next job. So what's up with that? What's going on with our staging logic here? The way this thing works is it runs through different stages. It just constantly loops. checking variables, and then it triggers different stages based on conditions. It's got stage idle, stage crafting, stage cancel, stage completed. Okay. So let's see, we were in some stage, we canceled, it didn't seem to get picked up, but the program did stop, which is odd. I would expect it to either cancel or not. Let's think about this real quick. First off, what does stage cancel do? Clears the memory, tells the machine to turn off, unlocks it, sets the run switch to off so that we can programmatically call it and it'll flip the switch to canceled. Also to prepare it for the next run when you want it to go from 0 to 1 to start the next run. Resets all the dials, sleeps for 1 second while stuff goes through the output, activates the stacker, pulls the stacker chute to let that thing out, lets it down, moves to stage idle. Okay, so this logic seems good. It seems to be working correctly every time we call it. It didn't get called correctly. This was stage crafting, I believe, where we had issues. And then finally, what's stage completed? Stage completed is just empty dead code. That's the thing to fix. Let's get rid of the stage we're not using. Clean up. Alright, so we're in stage crafting. The first thing crafting does is it checks that run switch to make sure it's not equal to 0, and then it continues from this line. So if the run switch gets flicked, then it should go to cancel and do the whole canceling thing. It also will jump to main. That seems to be okay. Is there some delay in all of the functioning here, which is causing something funny to happen? Let's take a look. Let's see. So it waits until the crafter has started. It just loops to main over and over until the crafter has started. And then it waits for the job completion here, waiting for this V completion ratio to hit 1. Any less than that, it's going to keep looping. When it's done at this point, then the recipe has completed. It's done one craft of an item. So it moves to stage idle. It subtracts the item count. Item count goes down by 1, and then it does a bunch of fancy logic here to reset the dials so that they're all correctly. And if we went from like 10 to 9, then it would do a correct thing of turning the tens column 1 would become a 0, and then the ones column would become a 9. So that's all this code. Alright, what about stage idle? Stage idle is just chilling here waiting for the run switch. Branch if equal to 0, V run switch is on main. Yeah, so it's sitting here, it's going to main, it's looping to main whenever the run switch is 0. Branch relative if greater than item count 0, 3. Okay, so if the item count is less than or equal to 0, go to cancel and jump main, which makes sense. You can't run a job with nothing on the dials. So just taking a quick look through this, I'm not seeing anything interesting that's like jumping out as what would cause this thing to struggle here. Why it's that cancel call isn't working sometimes. I've only seen that a couple times. I've seen cancel work pretty reliably almost every time. Alright, well I just want to take a look. Not seeing much. We did do a very, very small amount of cleanup. Deleted some old code that wasn't being used. Let's go ahead and just overwrite that for the crafter controller. Confirm. You can export that even. Make sure it still runs since we changed code. Still runs. Can you do stuff? What happens if I tell you to make me 2 of these? Then you make me 2 of those, and you do the polar thing, and everything goes, and you do your job, and it's all good. Now what happens if I tell you to make me 10 of these? And then you start, and then I stop you right when you're done. I think that got it. Yeah. Okay. Interesting, and that put it in a messed up state, I think. Where now it's not running anymore. It is running now. What are you doing? Oh, were you waiting for iron to come through? Okay. So it looks like if I cancel while it's running, that works okay. But if I cancel the moment it finishes, then something seems to break. Let's try that again. Did that get it? You locked? No, didn't catch it right. I think that is right though. I want to take one more quick look at that. What's going on there? There's got to be reasons. What about traders? Anything interesting on the traders? This guy? This guy will give us money. Perfect. Maybe... I'm thinking maybe the cancel is like rushed slightly. Like maybe the crafting machine's in a funny state. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking about the general flow here. The crafter is getting one command to do those crafting instructions, and then it'll go to main. Every time it goes to main, it yields. So that yield's going to force all the state to settle and update. So it's not like we're sending a bunch of conflicting commands to the crafter at once. The loop where it's canceled, it's getting canceled everywhere. There's only a couple spots to do it. And this is getting called first thing every time with the crafting. So before it starts even considering if it's completed or the ratio or anything, it's going to be checking canceled and canceling appropriately. So it seems like when we're calling cancel, the machine is it's like locking up somehow. Only when we cancel right at the end of the job. It's just idle crafting cancel, right? There's nothing going on there, just a couple stages. I wonder if we just added like a sleep 1 here or a yield 1 or something. If we told it to wait 1 second before you start trying to tell the crafter to do anything. It seems like it's some sort of like race where we're doing too much with the crafter at once. Generally speaking, the crafting logic is a little weird. The crafting logic here, it's not just like activate. Am I even looking at the right thing here? What am I looking at? Yes, this guy. Okay, we're good. So it's not just like an activate. You have to explicitly set like specific bit ranges for memory of like what you want to call. You have to push in a certain spot in memory these bits for this hash code for this item, and another spot in memory for like this number, the quantity of instructions that you want to put in there. Needs to be shifted 8 bits over. And then additionally on top of that, you have to give it this wait until next valid for the crafting machine. Okay, I'm feeling like it has something to do with this. I'm thinking maybe we just do a single yield here might be enough. Just give it a little more time to rest, or a sleep 1 might be okay. Okay, is that gonna work? Are we good with that, maybe? Let's try and break it. No, nothing there. Oh, that was... Oh, no, it did what it's supposed to. You just got reset. Give me 10. That's working fine. Does it have to do with running out of material? I don't know. I don't know, and I'm not convinced there's anything wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and just give that code to all these devices so they behave identically, and then we'll see if that pops up again. Even if it's like if it's like a little peculiarity of the game. If the game's peculiar, I bet we could still programmatically find some workarounds to make it work the way we want it to. So maybe just a little yield there, which seems kind of unnecessary or hacky. Maybe that'll do it. I remember cables were really easy to break. Let's try this real quick. Give me that many cables. You just start, stop. You're fine. Let's try one more time, right at the end. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that's wrong. You're just making 8 forever while you're canceled. Are you locked? You're still locked. You're gonna make 8 forever while you're canceled. What was that one? You made 8 forever while you're canceled. I don't know. Gotta run ads here. Sorry, ads popping up. What do we do about this? How does that even happen? Somehow it stopped counting, stopped changing any of the settings. The cancel button didn't trigger a cancel, but it just kept running forever. How does that even happen? I feel like that's basically getting to the idle state and then just waiting for the run to turn on, and then it's sitting here in idle. That's the only time that could be happening, I think. Unless... I'm just thinking, it seems like the crafter got locked on in a way that shouldn't even be possible. The only way that could be possible is if this code was running over and over to keep giving it instructions to run one more. Am I right there? What's going on? There's something funny in our cancel logic. So I'm just thinking, like, even if it somehow got caught in like a crafting stage where the completion ratios were off and it was looping like this forever, it should only do the one instruction. So what could have happened here? Maybe it did the one instruction. Yeah, because the way this works, in the idle state, it waits until run switches on, cancels if it needs to, and then it changes it to stage crafting, locks the instructor, sets up one instruction. It'll create one thing. That's the only call to create stuff. The only call to like activate is to create one thing. And then goes into stage crafting, waits for that one thing to finish, and decrements the dials, goes back to idle, and then idle will pick up the new dial value and do the whole thing again. So I'm just thinking, like, if this process goes funny, if something goes wrong, if it's getting like locked up in a loop, it should be just like looping on itself here and only doing that one crafting. I'm trying to think of how we could ever get into an infinite craft. Maybe something around here is going wrong. Maybe when we're setting activate here, that's giving it trouble. Or maybe these two guys are conflicting each other. Like, I wonder what happens if we get rid of this, and then we clear the memory, yield for 1 second, and then set it to do lock, open, all that jazz. But let's like try and clear the memory. Maybe that will stop the running job. And we can confirm that too. Let's try and run a longer job and see what happens. Give me a big battery. I want a large battery. You need gold and copper. Give me 10 large batteries. Go. Locks up like it should. Requests gold and copper like it should, I may think, maybe. Should start crafting. And if I cancel, it unlocks, but it continues crafting. Okay. So maybe this, moving that yield around after we played with memory, might have something to do with it. I don't think so. This is some strangeness. Not quite sure. But let's just test this. Should start running. Should stop. Okay. Now what about cable? Let's see if I can break this again. Give me infinite cable. Stop early work there. There we go. So if you stop it right at the end, and it keeps going, it's all locked up. Nothing's going down. I can't interact with it. How is this state achievable? So it's not in the canceled state, I don't believe. Do I need to like look at your internal memory and see what's going on? I'm sure there are reasons that you're doing the things you're doing. Also, what happens when we run out of resources here? How much do you have left? A lot. I just want to see what happens. I'm going to let that run. We're going to let it finish the job. And see if it just requests more resources. I just want to know if it does request more resources, then that means that this is getting called correctly. That it's doing the wait until next valid. And it's doing the instruction to make a single item. So that would mean if resources come in, I think it's stuck executing this code. And we are executing our own code here to do this crafting. We're not just like having it stuck in some sort of weird active state. That's my theory. Anyway, let's let that run for a second. This guy wanted to buy things, right? Can I sell you some things? Would you like things or stuff, my guy? Can I sell you any things or stuff? Oh, look at this. He's the perfect guy. He wants all the resources that we can feed straight at him with no problem. Perfect. Let's sell him everything we can. This is the kind of guy we've been waiting for. I didn't realize it's the build dudes. The build dudes are the one we want. Alright, that's a quick 1600. Invar, Electrum, Constantan, Solder. Let's change the chute to the trader. I should set that up. And then he wants Invar, Electrum. Constantan, Solder. There it is. Oh, we got another one. Ooh. Yes, please. 5 minutes. I'm also holding the chute here. Holding it at 7. So that should mean that you cannot request more resources. You'll run out. You'll sit here. You are requesting resources, but the brain's not going to let you get any. Okay. I'll go back to you in a moment. Alright, are we good? Can I sell things now? There it is. He wants more solder. I mean, that's $100 for easy. Let's do that and then send him away. I did not do QBasic. No QBasic. I think I started with like C# a long time ago. So I started very high level, and then did a bunch of C in college, and some assembly as well. Alright, we took all this dude's money. That's 3,500. That's really good. Okay, that'll be nice. We can't call in big traders, but we can call in the smaller ones pretty easy. Let's bring this guy in. This is another money dude. You coming in, money dude? Just thinking I want to close this as well. Here he comes. The button. Back to another quick look at this code. Maybe a sip of water. Maybe a sip of coffee. I'm looking for like acoustic guitar. It's supposed to be acoustic guitar playlist. What am I looking at? So, this guy is locked up. It's out of resources, so it can't run. So here's the theory. When we turn this to 0, the system goes idle. This guy's allowed to start requesting resources. And then if it is using our code, it should request resources and resume crafting. Otherwise, if it's not using our code and it's in some sort of weird state, then it'll just not do anything, I think. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna even save, but I don't think that matters. Let's change this to 0. And see, are you gonna request stuff? I can see you are requesting stuff. Here comes the copper. Crafting resumes. Okay, so we're still at 18 forever. And then you stopped. What is going on? It stopped. The values are still all set. Should have gone to 0. What's she doing? I don't want to spend too much time here, especially if it's working like 99% fine. You just sometimes have to flicker the cancel switch. But that feels like a bug, and I'd like to understand it and fix it. How did you just craft 1 and then stop? What if we do something like this? So let's do all of the deactivates, all of the switches, and then yield 1 to let that settle, and then clear the memory. I feel like this is not the right area of code to even be looking in. I'm feeling like we're not correctly hitting the cancel stages, because I would expect to see these, all the dials should be getting hit correctly. The first thing the other 2 stages do is move to cancel when appropriate. I guess not you. Stage idle will loop until the switch is on. But then it's just doing a tight loop on this line of code. It's not doing anything. It's just sitting here. So if there is a job running, it should finish, and then nothing should happen. Which is kind of what we saw when the copper came in, it did the one job and then nothing happened. It just sat in idle again. So maybe it's like getting caught in idle and then crafting indefinitely. Is there a way to deal with that? I'm trying to think if we should like check for initiating a cancel. But we don't want to jump through the cancel logic with every iteration of idle. It's gonna just be constantly like flicking switches and stuff for no reason. It'll be annoying. What do we do here? Do we do anything? Is it close enough? Is it getting... my suspicions here is it's getting stuck in idle. It's looping on idle forever and it just keeps crafting. And then it did manage to stop after it needed resources and they got sent. Then it finally wrapped up and stopped. The dials weren't adjusted, nothing changed, so we were still in idle. We were just doing a tight loop on this that whole time while it kept crafting forever. What do we want to do here? We could add some custom code to check the item count. If the item count is greater than if the item count is greater than 0 and we've switched to cancel, then you should cancel is what we could add here. Maybe that would do it. And that needs to be before we check for the run switch. Alright, so what are we doing here? I want to do a check. I want to say, alright, so I think we're caught in a loop here on the idle. That seems like what's going on. So if our item count is greater than 0 and the run switch has been switched off and we're hitting this idle loop, then we might need to manually cancel the job. So let's go ahead and do that here. So we're using R0 as a temp register, R0 and R1 because we're using them and deleting them right away. But we have our set greater than 0 into R0 for item count. So R0 is if item count is greater than 0. That's the first clause. Second clause is set equal to 0 into R1. The run switch is on. So that's run switch being off. If then we AND those together into R0. So R0 is now the AND of both of these clauses. So if the item count is greater than 0 and our run switch has been flicked off, then we need to cancel. So we'll say branch relative greater than, or branch relative equal to 0, the R0, 3. So we'll say branch relative if that whole condition we just walked through is equal to 0. So if this is not the case, if we're not interested in canceling, then go ahead and jump 3 lines and just keep doing things and stuff, which is to check the run switch and then do other things. Okay, all good. And then otherwise, if we have achieved these conditions, then let's go ahead and change the stage to the cancel stage. We need to cancel here, and then jump to main. So we'll go back up here and initialize the cancellation process. I think this might do it. This is like a custom corner case for some weirdness, and I might be totally reading the scenario wrong. It might be that this does absolutely nothing, but I think it's worth a shot. Let's see if this is fixing our issue. I think we were getting caught in that idle loop, but I'm definitely not 100% sure. So let's do 100, try and cancel it right at the end. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Just immediately failing. Yeah? You're just going in to cancel right away? This means my code is always true. Let's investigate why. Probably because it's always true. I'm guessing. I'm guessing there's reasons and they're correct. Alright. And what about this trader dude? We don't even need a suit for this, do we? Just run on in. What's up, trader dude? Ooh, storm. So you're the bigger one. You should buy more things, I think. Wants 300 to everything. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. He wants the high value resources, and he's willing to pay much more for them. I feel like this is going to give us so much money. Like an obscene amount of money. If we do it all. I don't know if I want to do it all. I'll definitely do like these. We have infinite electrum at the very least. That's free money. But we can make everything easy, basically. Alright, so I'm going to keep this guy here. This guy's cool. I like this guy. This guy's filled with money. How much money do you have? You tell me? Oh, no, they have infinite money. It's just they have a limited amount of stuff they ask for. All good. What is up with my code? So the idle stage here is setting greater than 0 for the item count into R0, setting equal to 0 for run switches on. So this is when item count is greater than 0 and run switch is equal to 0. We AND them together into R0. We say branch relative if equal to 0, R0, R3. That should go here. Should keep doing the thing. But it does not. Something going funny with our loading or what? I don't think so. The load var is at the beginning of every main function. First thing we're going to do is we're going to yield for a second. We're going to do load vars. And then we're going to jump into our stage branches. So at this point, our item switch, or our item count, and our run switch should all be set correctly. Those have all been loaded. We've done the math of computing an actual like integer value for the item count. We should be able to see that. What up, Neff? How we doing, guy? That's a nice W. You got a nice green W there next to your name. It's good to see. I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoyed drinking your starter water and paying too much money for water. I remember that Awakened Fuse giving out subs. Feeling generous. What do I want to do here? I'm tempted to add like an item count. Let's add an item count console maybe. I want to see that. And then maybe even the vrun switch is on. We could like look at these variables. I feel like this logic's pretty straightforward. Maybe I'm having a brain fart and missing something here. But I'd expect all of these to be working correctly, and I'm interested to look at them to see why they aren't. I don't think the logic here seems pretty correct. Why do you break? Why do you break? Let's look at the item count. We'll start with that. Show me the item count. I'm going to make a console. We're going to call it the debug crafter is good. We're going to just do the item count here. I want to see the item count. Show me what you're thinking. Copy the name for the debug crafter. Throw in a console. Give you the right name. Debug crafter. Turn you on. Ooh woo. Give you some power. Okay. So now this is all plugged in. I'm gonna just export this code. Throw it in here. Reset you. Alright, so that's 0, which is correct. Solid 0. That should be 100. 110. Okay. So it is working. The problem is that it's working immediately. So it's doing that idle loop right now. And it's thinking it's reaching the conditions, right? We got a value here, and we got the thing is off, so it's supposed to be canceling right now, and it's canceling. And then it's resetting all the things, and it's doing the cancel. So maybe it's even like a staging issue. Maybe we need like an idle where we're waiting to start. Like a start idle. And then like an end idle. Or sorry, not an end idle, but like a running idle. What to do with you? How is that? How are we getting into the idle state? Just running forever. We need like an idle start and idle running. I think that's what we do here. Alright, let's try and complicate things. Alright, so we've got our idle stage is just a sec, let's get all these stages set up. Got idle start. We got idle crafting. Which is stage idle crafting. Stage idle start. Idle start, idle crafting. Idle running. Say idle crafting is good. We could also just like keep a boolean for like job is running. In fact, do we have something similar to that already? Crafter has started. Not really. Just thinking, how would this be easiest to do? It's going to be almost identical code. We might not want to stage. We might just want to add one more variable here for like idle is job is running. I think that's going to be easier. Let's do that actually. I'm going to cancel that. Or just step back a couple steps. Let's go back to where we were a second ago. Delete that code. Delete that. Alright, we got idle craft, or no, we got idle, crafting, cancel. Idle, crafting, cancel. That's all good. Idle, okay. So let's add a new variable for and job is running. And then let's and it with the R0 here. We'll add one more variable for job is running. It's going to be R6. Can comment this out. Okay, so it's going to check to see the job is running. It's going to add that. This is turning into a gross little monster. Okay. So we're going to add one more and clause here for job is running, which is a boolean checking to see if the job is running. And this is going to start at a 0. When we start actually running a job, which would be like right here, then we're going to move job is running 1. And then when we get to finishing a job, which is down in cancel. Every cancel is not just cancel, it's like end. Whenever a job is wrapping up, we call cancel because that's going to reset all the dials and pull the thing and do all sorts of stuff. So this would be a good place to move job is running to a 0. So it starts at 0. If we start a job, we set it to 1. And then if we get to canceling, which should only happen at the very end, then go ahead and set it to 0. I think that's a lot cleaner than staging. Alright, is that going to do it? Oh shit! I'm running out of code. I went off the end and just deleted code. Come on, dude. It's brutal. Alright, let's make some space here. It's funny that the line limitation is a pretty serious threat. Alright, I've made a couple more lines. Let's call that good. I need to know what the last few lines are. Brutal. I think actually the easiest way to do this. Let's just load it. Edit. Make a couple lines. Yeah, we good? Oh, we only lost. I think we only lost like a JRAW. That's okay though. This is easy. We know what we want to do. Alias v job is running is R6. We add an and here for job is running. And then we set job is running. When we start a job, we also say move job is running, gets set to 1. Okay. And then when we cancel the job, we set the job is running to 0. Let's do that a little earlier even. It's part of like the setting up state there. Okay. I think as simple as that. That's all we need. And then maybe the comment here Item count greater than 0. And run switch is off. And job is running. Okay. Maybe. First off, can we just like turn dials without exploding? No, you're immediately angry. Did I export? Yeah, we good? You chillin'? If I turn you on, will you do stuff? Just trying to break it now. We might be okay. It might be it. Okay. So I'm not 100% sure. But it seems like we were getting into some weird state where the thing would just keep crafting, even though we weren't sending additional calls to craft. Which is strange. I don't know what's going on there. But explicitly calling it cancel, if we get into that idle portion, might be fixing it. I am not 100% sure. I'm like 50% sure that this is actually going to resolve the bug. I'm thinking it's working around some peculiarities in the code, or in the game, I mean. But I feel like it's even more likely that it's a programming error, and I've just got some bug I'm not seeing here. Anyway, I'm just going to keep picking away at this. It's working better than ever, so let's go ahead and export it to all the devices, and then just keep an eye on it. We'll see if we can break it again. Try and push edge cases and see if we can make it snap. Add fixes. Hopefully that'll help. We'll see. Alright, that's the thing. That's the thing to do. Let's progress. We'll start with a little tinkering and debug and hope that we fixed it. I have small confidence. Give it time. Bro, the price of water. Water's expensive. I love that. That's a fun mechanic of trading for survival early game. Vulcan is hard. It's super motivating to get sustainable too. You like constantly having to work. You made a printer thing? Go me? Nice. If I remember right, you're doing like exactly this, right? You're doing some sort of control for creating a set amount of things so that you could update memory and request items, if I recall correctly. Hope that's going good for you. Any troubles? Did it work first time? Did you even have to tear up the ground and debug it? I do. Every time. Okay. It's just no better. I don't know why I'm doing this. Floor is clear. So what do we want to do? We can trade. Trading for stuff. It's not a bad idea. We could try and raise some money from this dude. That's a little tangent I wasn't expecting, but this dude's full of money for us. I'm tempted to... We could just buy nitrogen. Everything I rambled for like 15 minutes at the start of the stream about things we could do for the satellites and trading. And I'm likely to do those. I think I want to do those. But we might not need to do it at all. Maybe we just get a couple of the build dudes. And then we can even bring in the smaller nitrogen traders. Still have a lot of nitrogen. This guy is full of money though. Let's get some money from him. Alright, he wants all sorts of things. We can make all these things. It's not too hard. Particularly, we should make the things that are like down here, the really expensive stuff. Hastelloy and Canal, Stellite, 200 each. I'm gonna just send some stuff at him first. Let's clear out our machines. Trader is 7. Yeah, 7. Out of that. Just deleting resources. Just deleting all the valuables. Look at how empty and sad the mall is. If we wanted to make things right now, we could not. Good. Oh man, I was looking at my money. It's like, why'd it go down? We have $21,000. That's a lot of dollars. I bet we get a couple build traders in, and we probably are good to buy all the nitrogen we need. We might not need to go wild on the satellite dishes and stuff. Still tempting. The program for these guys is tempting too. I'm really tempted to set that one up. I don't think that's bad at all. I want to be able to sell gas much easier and fully automated. Alright, so we've cleared out the mall. Loading the mall is one thing to do. We could craft some stuff. I just did a bunch of farming, so we're probably good to craft a lot of this. Let's start with a little bit of crafting, maybe. And then maybe even, this is a great argument for writing the code that auto crafts stuff. It'd be nice if we just could have the auto furnaces doing all that work for us right now. But for now, we'll run stuff to the furnace. Let's start with some, like, steel, I suppose. Give me some steel. Do we have enough materials? 13 is not enough, actually. We need 15. Okay, so we need a little bit of iron. A little bit of iron, maybe even a little bit of lead. I think we're pretty okay on everything else. Let's farm just a little more. That makes sense. That's an easy way to do it. It's not a bad strategy. If you want to do the memory stuff for like reading the internal memory, 2 things to look out for, just real quick. 1, you're already sending the code for doing the instruction to do the crafting job, right? You need to, before that, you need to add an instruction with just a 3. Opcode 3. This is wait until next valid. If you don't do wait until next valid, then it won't tell you the required resources. When you go to read the missing regents in memory, there won't be anything there. Unless you call wait until next is valid, and then you do your instruction. And while it waits, it sets the memory for what it needs. That's one little thing that you're going to need there. The trickiest bit is it the mall manager. I don't know if I saved that code. I should save that code. Is this the dial? What am I even looking at? This is the mall dial, right? No. No, it's the manager. This one's reading memory. I can see all the devices it's reading. Where do you read memory? Show me. Stage idle, load mem seems likely. Oh, here we go. Load mem. All right, so the tricky bit for like I was saying, you have to set an instruction for like update the internal memory to let you know what missing regents exist, and wait to do the crafting job until you have the regents required. Otherwise, update the memory. Then when you go to read the memory, it's going to be correct for most values. However, so if we look at like iron, you'll get the recipe for iron, if I remember right. Is this correct? So it's steel that was working. One of these was working. I can't recall. Anyway, any positive values will come through just like the hash. You can immediately use it. But any negative values, which is a lot of the values here, a lot of the things you're going to look at. Oh, this one. So this one has a positive hash code. This one's going to go through correctly. You'll be able to see we're missing steel as a hash code. And then you can plug this straight into, there's like an RMAP, which will, if you plug RMAP in for steel, it'll turn this steel into a steel ingot. So like you can easily translate steel into the correct steel variable. But if you look at iron, is this where it was funny? Or I know silicon was giving me trouble. So silicon's a negative value. This actually comes through. It thinks it's like a positive value. So it doesn't know how to interpret this. You have to recognize that it is incorrectly looking at like a signed integer. And you have to manually translate it from like an unsigned integer into a signed integer so that you can get the correct negative value there. So just like 2 magic lines of code, you check the very end bit to see is there a 1 on that sign bit, and then if there is a 1, you need to do 2's complement to translate it from an unsigned integer into a signed integer, and then you'll capture that negative again. You can plug it into RMAP and everything works. But this was like the trickiest problem I've had to solve so far. It was like so peculiar in the solution, so strange. And pretty much functionality of the game, like internals of the game, that you just had to like suss out. It took me days. So I don't know if that's too much information or if that's helpful. But if you want to play with that mechanic, it's tricky, and those 2 things are likely hang-ups. I think if you try and link anything, then it's going to get it shut down by Nightbot. I think I've looked at all these tutorials on Reddit and online. There's a surprisingly small amount of stuff in general. This is a niche game. But the Reddit forums are pretty dry too. I remember like one decent thread talking about this. And if I remember right, they were running into the signed integer issue. And just like, I don't know how to solve this. And then the thread died. Alright, I need iron mostly. Pretty much exclusively iron. And bit's most significant bit, yep. That code I showed was a little gross. ChatGPT helped me with that one. Be better to just do a shift left on a single bit. Easier to understand. Okay, that's nice. I think I've pretty much only seen Cows Are Evil. It's like one dude making content for this game. That's the popular one on Reddit. Don't need copper mostly. I think we had like 20 stacks. That's better. Why nickel? You don't need nickel. What about some nice iron? Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all that purple. Ooh, it's somewhere I haven't farmed yet. Makes sense. I was thinking that all brings me back to like CS 101 days. Remember learning all that stuff and then promptly never touching it again. Here it shows up again decades later. Stationeer's knowledge. Thank you, college. Thank you for learning me things. You helped me make beautiful video games. Where am I? What's happening? There's my house. Where is more iron? We need iron. Let's just fill bags with iron. Yeah, it's low-level bit work is I want to say it's a bad idea. It's like super niche where it pops up, but in general it's just like asking for human error. You probably don't want to be doing that. If there's any tools that can think for you there, it's probably gonna save you like hours and hours of headaches. It's fun, I don't know, it's fun. It's fun problem solving. It's a fun little corner of logic. Interesting things to think through. But generally speaking, I feel like lower level is worse. Why copper? You still don't need copper. I keep just getting tunnel visioned onto the pretty squares. Look at their colors. They're beautiful. I think we actually do need a little lead. Need to make solder. Let's just fill a bag, make some materials. Maybe even work on auto furnace a little. Need that. That's a big missing piece in the mall. Auto furnace, auto resource production. Okay, almost done. Alright, that is 5 bags of stuff. Let's feed it. Have you played Zachtronics? No, I don't think I've played like any programming games. I like the idea, but I've never played one. I think I've had a couple suggested. I think it's likely I would enjoy them. I think this game's a fairly perfect level of time spent programming. It's nice to have a little bit of variety. It's like on the one hand, it's kind of a small corner of it, and on the other hand, it's like such a huge, super strong mechanic. Forgot to get rid of my stuff here. Alright, back to shelter. So we're trying to furnace things. I wanted to make steel. Let's start with that. We still have control on furnace. There's nothing in the furnace. It's going to be 15 of these. 5 of these. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think that's right. Should already be good to activate as soon as there's a recipe ready. Lots of cold air. Let's add some heat. How's that hot tank doing? Hot tank is hot. Got ads popping up here, sorry. What do you do? Mystery. I forgot to check. Did I save my code? If we load the crafter controller, is that correct? Do you have the new variable for job is running? You do. We're good. Just want to make sure I don't lose that code. What's going on here? What? This is new. Why are you at 550? Did I not add enough things? Did it not add enough iron? What did I do? I did 15 iron and 5 coal, which is 3 to 1. Should be 20 stacks of 50. Should be 1,000 resources. You should be melting, you should be letting stuff in. I see nothing in the pipe. Did it drop stuff this way? No. Did you get messed up on the direction? No. Did it just like not send enough? I think I just didn't send enough iron somehow. Weird. It's like way short. Needs 8 more. I don't trust it. Something's weird. Let's get it near finished. What's inside of you? What just happened? I'm pretty sure I clicked the right amount of clicks. I'm thinking that maybe as stuff was entering the system and entering the mall, it was like, while it's loading, you can't vend. That's my theory. And in fact, we might even need to keep track of that when things are like vending stuff. Could be the auto vending goes wrong. Alright, I'm gonna save now. Let's try and just add straight iron and see what happens. If I do 2 iron, are we good? Or did we miss some coal as well? Let's find out. Is that gonna work? I hope you work. Shit. You did not work. Let's try and save scum that real quick. So the coal count is wrong. I think like all the ratios are wrong. We might need to like throw that all out entirely. That's a weird one. How far back do we want to backtrack here? Let's go back just a teeny bit. We'll lose like 3 or 4 minutes. I'm guessing this is when we were coming home from farming. It's my bad not saving before furnacing. How we doing here? We're back 4 minutes. These guys are loading. Is this like literally right as I was starting? I think I might have... No, this is an autosave right as I was starting. That was just good luck. Okay, works for me. Let's give it just 1 second. Buff up. Alright, I'm gonna try that again. Activate switches off. We save. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I saw all of them go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hot air go out. Activate, go, activate. Oh, cold air go out, hot air go in. Right actions, wrong words. Alright, let's see if this does it. Let's see, what else do we need? I feel like some lights here would be good. I was thinking I want to just extend this whole section. Should just go further. Should go all the way to like here, maybe? I feel like I want more trading area. And just in general, more surface area. It's nice to have space. Let's maybe take a stab at that in a second first. Can we successfully make steel? Should be high enough temperature and pressure. Should just go right through at 1,000. Unless we messed it up again somehow. Moment of truth. It pulls the thing. Okay, there's steel. What else do we need? Steel pops up here. We are out of solder. We could start with that. Solder is low temp for iron and lead. Alright. So that's going to be 10 of each then. Are you lead? Yeah. Let's try that. I'll save just in case. Are we activated? Did I pull the thing? Let's double check. Looks good. Not activated, so nothing should go through. Alright, give me 10 lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, come on. Are you fucking with me? Are you for seriously right now? 10. We got him. So we'll let all that melt, and then we need to bring the temp down. It should be easy to do. Let's just give that a minute. Alright, I'm thinking I want to extend this a little ways. And then add some lights and some cladding so it's not gross gray. Seems reasonable. For that, we're going to want to rotate to the outside air. It's going to make our life easy in a minute, and then we can just extend the enclosure and use that activate button to pump it to vacuum later. Should be really easy to add more surface area here. Let's throw down a gigantic added space to our cab. It's not gigantic, it's what, like 10 by 4? But super trivial to add more space, that's all I'm thinking. We have floors. Whoa. Woo floors, alright. How about some walls? Let's see, do I want to do windows here? We just do a wall. No. Game is hard. We're out of plastic. Can get rid of a few of these. We're gonna run out immediately. Okay, so we need more plastic sheets. Sheet. Plastic sheet. Give me 200 plastic sheets. Do we have any in the walls? Did you just die? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks like my fix is more of a break. What have I done? Let's investigate. What's going on with you? Why aren't you doing the thing, dude? What if I tell you to make me 10? If I tell you to make me 10, you immediately go into the cancel state. Did you get the updated code? Or are you using something funny? Let's see. Import your code. This is got job is running. Goes to line 24. Crafter controller overwrite. Job is running. Goes to line 24. Okay, so why are you breaking? What's going on here? Let's take a look. So job is running. It somehow thinks job is running as a 1. I'm thinking. Oh, I saw that HCF. I haven't tried to use this. What does that do? Halt and catch fire. Does that cause explosions? Can I use that to ignite a room that's filled with fuel? That would be fun. Alright, job is running. This should be a 0 by default. So the first iteration we're running should be a 0, and it should be able to run when we get down to the portion of actually crafting something. Once we set stuff in the instructor, or once we set the instruction in the crafter, then we also set job is running to 1. It does crafting and crafting and crafting and crafting and crafting. When it cancels, it sets job is running to 0. And it always cancels at the end. We've already seen this working on one machine. And then we exported the code to another and it immediately broke. Strange. What if I turn you off, turn you on again? That shouldn't matter. This is the same thing. Give me 200. And nothing happens. Just, it breaks twice actually. It cancels twice. So first off, if we set this, does it set it back? And it does. So it's already thinking job is running if it's setting this back, right? Now does that happen over here? I've seen you work, right? Nope, you're broken too. Okay, so somehow this is getting triggered when the run switch is off and the job is not running. So is the job running variable not a 0? It should default to 0. I think the only places we're touching it are here. Excuse me. Big sneezes. Still alive. Going to battle with sneezes. So the cancel sets it to 0. The running loop in idle, at the end of idle, when it's actually getting into the crafting loop and starting the crafting, that sets it to 1. Should I try defaulting it at a 0? We shouldn't need to do this at all. This doesn't make sense. In fact, I'm certain this should do nothing. But we could do it. We could put a job is running, just going to hard code it to 0 in the initialization when we're first booting up. And then it's going to load in the correct values after that. It'll only be set and reset in the appropriate spot, in theory. And it could just be that it has nothing to do with this variable, and this whole chunk of gross code has some bad grossness in it. But I thought I had confirmed that this was working. I thought we saw this working. Doesn't appear to be working. We can see it's getting called and canceled. Nice sneeze dab, thank you. Big sneeze. Alright, what's your deal, guy? Why are you breaking? Does it have nothing to do with job is running? I think it has nothing to do with job is running. If I say the first thing we're gonna do in the idle command, in the idle stage, so we're gonna wipe job is running. Let's turn that off so that this is always ANDed with a 0. So this should never trigger. Okay. So now it's working correctly, where it's not triggering, which means job is running is getting set to a 1 somehow, somewhere, right? If we remove that, it immediately starts doing the reset behavior. So job is running is getting set. But how? It can only be set if we are... let's see. I mean, there still could be something funny here, but job is running should only be set right here after we have started the execution of making a thing, which that code should not be getting touched. We can check too, we could look at the stage. We should see the stage blinking into different variables if the stage is changing. So we could try and keep track of that. Let's add that really quickly to the main loop. Let's just write what stage we're in. I want to see that. We will set by name for the device hash is going to be, what is it, LED, I think. Console small. Console small named, what is this? Crafter. Console small named crafter debug. We're going to display the stage. Let's just see that you're not going to weird stages. If you're not moving out of the idle stage, then we should never see that value changing, right? So let's just see that. I want to see what stage you've got. You are named crafter debug. Goes to idle. It's chilling in idle. It's never leaving idle. If we put it up one, then I would expect to see it go to cancel, even though we don't want to see that. Goes to cancel. Cancels. Goes to idle. Just looking at this, trying to think what could be going on to make it be hitting this incorrectly. Because I think if we change this to 0, right, I've already seen this, but this will work. If we hard code this to 0, which is exactly what we've done before. Then it stops doing the thing like we'd expect. So we can pretty much confirm that this has something to do with the job is running. Job is running is getting set to 1 somehow, but that doesn't make sense. It should be a 0 to start. We can hard code it up here as a 0 maybe. But this shouldn't, it should be 0 by default. How are we on code? Got 1 line to spare. Gotta be careful. Okay, let's see. So it should be 0 by default. We can look through the code to see is there anywhere it's being set, and also I can hear this is still on. Let's put this away. Job is running. Where do you get set? You get set as a 1 here. At the very, very end of stage idle, after we have put our commands into the crafter and theoretically started running. So we should not see this set to 1 until the thing is running. Where do we have any other job is running code? Job is running gets set to a 0. Is there just some sort of overlap in like the R values? Is that what's going on? Any more job is running anywhere? No. Let's look at the R values. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 7, 6. Ah. Shit. That could have been a cause of a lot of bugs. Completion ratio and last completion ratio are sharing the same variable. So that code's not been working right. Crafter has started and job is running. Those are the same variable. Fuck me, dude. Alright, so I think much of our bugginess is coming from these overlapping R7, R6, R7, R6. They're sharing the same register. They've been aliased wrong. And that's causing some weird behavior. Okay. Interesting. Crafter has started. I feel like the job is running logic is pretty perfect for tracking that. Alright, so I want to delete job is running because that's crafter has started. Last completion ratio needs to be R5. Crafter has started. Where are we computing this? What even is that? What's going on with crafter has started? That should be here, and we might not even need this at all. Maybe all of this can go, and the funkiness we were seeing was from an overlap in variables. We might want to play with this more and see if there's even... I might have spent all the time debugging today. Might have been the wrong direction, basically. Like, all this code could go, and it would only be better. We will see. Let's go ahead and keep looking. Where's Crafter has started? I feel like Crafter has started should be here. This is when Crafter has started. And then we'll want to overwrite it as a 0 here. And are we computing Crafter has started in here somewhere or something? This Crafter has started here. No, Crafter has started is actually like reading what's going on and checking out when Crafter has started. So we kind of don't want to have a manual tracking there, I think. Okay, I'm going to delete this for now. We're not going to do hard coding. Or it looks like we already are as part of this code. I didn't write that. Okay. I don't know. We'll see what that does. I'm just thinking all of this code could probably be removed. Where is it? This chunk of code. I don't know if we need it. With that in mind, I'm gonna do this. Let's just comment out any sort of logic for whatever we were doing here. I want to delete that as the goal. Okay, this seems good. I'm gonna overwrite the code for Crafter controller. We're gonna export that. I'm gonna deal with Breathy Boy. Breathy Boy wants to breathe. Snooze some ads. Drink for the Breathy Boy. Eat your nice potato meal. You're doing good, guy. You're an excellent spaceman, my friend. Alright, we've got an error on line 27. Line 27 is saying move job is running 0. That's not a thing anymore. Export. Now you run. Stage looks good. Can change this value without breaking things. Make me 200 of those. What happens when I cancel? Canceling works. Make me 200 of those. I'm gonna try and cancel at the magic time. It's still working. Can I make it break? Or is it gonna work now? It might be that all of the funkiness I was tracking down today, I can see that 2 of these variables, and I'd have to look into it more and think exactly what's happening, but completion ratio and last completion ratio, at the very least, we're like sharing the same register. So that's going to cause trouble. I'm not sure if that's going to cause the exact behavior we were seeing. I suspect no. But that's a fix. And I'm surprised it was even appearing to work correctly before, for the most part. Let's see. I just want to try and break this. I remember cable's the easiest way to break it. Let's try doing cable real quick. Deliberately try and break it, and then maybe upload the code everywhere else. Maybe delete that code I don't want. So I'll reset you. Make sure you reset. Give me 200 cable. Doesn't do anything. Click the button. And you want to try and stop it like right as it's finishing. Like right there. Okay. So, that did stop, it both stopped it. It didn't reset any of the values, but it's not doing the thing it used to do where it kept running. So maybe we do want some of this code. Let's see. Like what I was doing here for this branching might be okay. Maybe we do want some modified logic here. What am I thinking? Can we just leave it basically as is without this logic? Can we go back to the original logic of nothing to do with job is running? But just if the item count's greater than 0 and the run switch is off, cancel the job. This originally I think should have been working, and we were just seeing some weirdness with it continuing to run. So maybe this is enough right here. In this case, I would think it would fix it. Let's see. Alright, give me 200. You're immediately braking. Are you doing the thing where you immediately cancel when you get any numbers? Because you think... Yeah. Because you're doing the thing, you need the job as running logic. Alright, okay. But it's not crafter has started. We need to we need to track this. It's like crafter has started and we still need the job is running. I feel like I just don't like having overlapping variables there that are pretty much tracking the same thing, but it's kind of different. It's like the job internally is running compared to if the crafter itself is running is what this is trying to track. And the reason we're tracking that is because when it tries to start the job, it'll initially read it. After the job should have started, it'll read it as being done. When it's not running at all, the crafting completion is 1. Is the trouble here. I wonder if we clear memory, maybe that would do it. I think I've experimented with all that before. Anyway, I think I'm going to try. Let's do the logic we're doing for the job is running. I'm going to put that into R4. How are we on lines of code? Not a ton. Then let's just re-add that logic for doing all this branching. Where's the branching? We got this. So we'll say and R0, the job is running. I remember why we needed this now, because otherwise it triggers incorrectly. The job is running, gets set to a 1 when we start a job. Move 1. The job is running, gets set to a 0 when we clear the job. Move 0. That should do it. Overwrite the code, export it. Okay, now can I turn the dial? Good. Can I break you? Right there's where it breaks. And there's the fix. Do the dials get reset? They do. Okay, I think that's working. Let's try this again. We'll do 1, change the dials, we'll do 2. Right there, you turn it off. That breaks it. It doesn't break it anymore. Okay. This might be the fix. Not feeling super cocky. I was 50% confident last time I said I had a fix. Now I'm like 60% confident, which is not great confidence. Let's try and throw this into the devices. See if we can break things again over time, just using these. And then again, the whole reason for all of this, I just wanted to make some plastic sheets. Give me like 200 plastic sheets, go. Okay. Debug. All good. Worthy cause. Having these auto machines is very useful. Alright, I have to run ads. They're forcing themselves. I need to use the bathroom. Give me just 1 minute here. I'm going to enjoy the corner, run a couple ads, and we'll keep doing stuff. Let's see. What did I miss? First off, I think I heard these shut off early. Yeah? Did you already make me 200 things? I doubt it. You're locked. Do you have silicon? You do not. You need silicon. You're requesting silicon. You're working fine. I have overwritten the chutes, forcing them to 1 so that I could do furnace things, and then I forgot. You gotta relieve this, go to 0, so that the rest of them all can request things. You request the silicon you need. Silicon goes swoop through the magic of computers. That reminds me, we started cooking lead and then stopped. Let's finish that. Get rid of the hot air. Turn on the activate switch. Add some cold air in a moment. Oh, does the medium satellite dish have more stuff? Ooh, I'll have to look at that. I was talking about that earlier. I want to do some satellite things. I want to do auto satellites. And for that, we're going to need some tricky programming. It might be that that memory stuff is really useful for automating the satellites. Anywho, what are we doing here? We're doing low temperature, low-ish pressure. So we just add some cold air. Probably don't need much at all. That immediately finishes. We can get rid of the cold air immediately too if we want to keep the heat in the room. Okay, so that is lead. Lead re-enters the system. I remember we're just making stuff to sell to the dude. That wasn't lead, sorry, that's solder. So this should pop up here momentarily. There it is. What's next? Waspaloy. What's Waspaloy? Waspaloy is silver, nickel, lead, with mostly lead. Interesting. Do we even have a lot of lead here? We have 13 lead, we need 10. Okay. Let's take one more look. Silver, nickel, lead, mostly lead. I'm gonna save just in case. We will take control, turn the chutes to the furnace. We need 10 lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then silver nickel, right? Silver nickel. 5 of each. Nickel here, silver here. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Relieve control of the system. Cold. Oh, don't activate. Good. Hello. Welcome, I'm a spaceman. I'm living my best spaceman life, doing spaceman things. It's a peaceful life as a spaceman. Just gonna let that cook.
Oxygen critical.
This is my home. I live in space. I made my home myself. I suppose I do work at home as a spaceman. Okay. Got walls here, so this whole expansion is more or less done. We just need to pump it to vacuum. I am gonna pull out these windows and expose this room. And then we should be good to just click the button here. Let's go ahead and put this away real quick. But we click the button. That's going to rotate that whole room. So right now it is pulling out all of the bad air from the neighboring room. And it's going to suck this whole area to vacuum. And then fill it back in with hab air and open the door. So that's how we'll clear this area and pressurize it. And then we can just clear the wall. Just give that a minute to do its work. Seems good. Still hungry and thirsty. I forgot about my potatoes. I'm now learning every IC chip has stack memory you can use. Do you mean like internal to itself, or is that exposed externally to other devices? That's something I actually want to use like today. I just want to have an extension of memory on a different device. If I could explicitly set the stack memory of a different IC chip, then that would be a huge, that would be very useful for me. That's all I need. By itself, okay. To itself, yes, so they do have an internal stack. That's useful, that's fun. I've been playing with that a little bit for the first time, mostly. I hadn't really used it in the past. Just this playthrough. It's a fun mechanic. I was thinking I would use it here. I'm gonna do an external stack. I've been thinking about this. I think I'm gonna do it about now. So we'll have a memory here. This is gonna act as like an intermediate between our logic for checking out the mall and the furnaces. So basically the idea is I want to check these machines, like for instance I want to check steel. I want to see how many items are in the steel box or a vending machine. If they're below a threshold, I want to add more. So I will set the furnace area with all the variables for steel. It will be making steel. It'll tell the high temp, low temp, high pressure, low pressure. The various other inputs, so that would be coal and iron in this case. How many stacks they need. Just like all of those get set. And something else can pick up on these. The furnace logic can pick up on those to do its work of actually cooking the steel inside of the furnace. So that splits those two chips. Now, for keeping the memory of all of these vending machines and all of their requirements, that's like 10 variables for every single thing. So this is like 100 lines of code or more just to teach it like steel needs 15 iron and 5 coal and these pressure requirements, that sort of thing. So I want to break that off onto an external memory. What I'm thinking is we'll basically have an intermediate memory chip, like this guy, which we can call, let's label it now. This is going to be, it's not recipe mem, it's F, maybe memop, something like that, or memop code even. So we're going to be able to set a mem opcode, and then we're going to have another program. We're going to have a program that just loops through, it'll have a couple stages, some really simple stages, and it will contain the memory for all of the requirements for these various machines. So we'll keep that in a program right here, and then what we'll do is we'll just, we'll have a stack in that one. The stack's gonna have all of our stuff. That's where the training goes, basically. And we'll look at like a single item on the stack. So it'll like start with the instance of steel. It'll set all of the parameters for steel. And then it'll have the opcode be at 0, which will just be idle, and it'll just sit there. Nothing will happen. And then it'll be reading constantly this opcode. And if it gets, it can have 2 opcodes, I was thinking. Or 3, I guess. It'll have idle. It'll have next, which would just like pop off everything to the next part of the stack and let you view the next item. So maybe go to Electrum would be the next one that pops up. Or it could do another opcode for a third op, which would be reset, which is an option we're going to want sometimes. Reset stack, basically. Reset the memory. The idea being, I think our logic that is checking the machines and turning on the light here, turning on the furnace. Interruption. Interrupting water. I think we want that to reset that stack, that memory stack, every time it makes something. Particularly because we're going to want to start with steel at the top of the stack. And we're likely going to need to make a ton of steel before we can make any of the other stuff. So we kind of want to like fill them all up in order and basically reset the stack every time. So it'll like try and make steel till steel's full, and then it'll try and make steel's full, it'll try and make this one till this one's full, and then try and make this, try and make this, try and make that. It'll keep just running down. But we'll prioritize what's in front so that, in particular, steel gets crafted ahead of anything else. If we just iterate down, we're probably going to run out of steel and lock up, like right there. Pretty frequently, pretty easily. So 3 opcodes here. Those will change all the values here. So this guy, this program, instead of having to have all of this logic in its stack, it'll just set the memory to like 1 for pop next, sleep for 1 second, and now it can load all of the values off of the consoles. So all of that memory has been extended to it without it having to know anything, and then we'll have 1 memory chip that has all of the training for all of the machines, and that can essentially break this thing into more like 200 or 300 lines of code. You could probably scale infinitely if you need to, if you're smarter than me, or you maybe think about it for a very long time or something. But just having a little bit of extension there, I think, is going to be good. So I'm thinking I want to probably do that like today if we can, to try and at least make a little progress there. I want to keep picking away at this. Once that, everything I just explained, once that's working, then we just need to write some logic for the furnace to handle this. It'll be looking for when this light turns on in particular. That's the signal that like the furnace is active. Variable is F is active. And then it will do its thing. It'll summon resources. Or actually summoning resources will be done by this. It'll run a furnace to achieve the required parameters, which will end up making whatever it's supposed to make. So yeah, that's big. That's a lot. I want to take a stab at that though. I think everything I just explained is like possible, if not a problem that I've already solved in one way or another during this save already. Should be pretty doable. And it's likely to be a lot. I'm like hesitant to do it because it's been so much already. This took days. There were so many funny like corner cases and bugs. I'm still fixing it today. Hopefully it's working. Seems to be working better. Made me 200 sheets. Didn't even shit in the bed. It's tricky. That's why we gotta keep picking away at it. Alright, I think that was a long enough explanation. We now have this all pumped out and is breathable hab. Let's go ahead and break out the walls. Cool. And then we need to replace the walls that we broke here, since this is a separate hangar. Am I doing the right ones? I don't think so. Is it exactly enough? I think it's exactly enough. Looks good. Okay, so this is just extended space now. Got a little more surface area to work with. And then I don't know if I want to remove this area. I don't think this is doing much for us. I might want to pull this corner off. It's kind of hiding grossness, but it's kind of gross. I don't know if it's helping. We can leave it for now. But I want a more surface area here, and then throw down some more cladding. We do that right now. And I was making something. Waspaloy, all these things. It is high pressure, low temp is the tricky bit. So you are all melted. Temperature is high. Let's get rid of that gas. Turn on the activate switch. And then you need low temp, but not too low temp. You need mixed, slightly mixed between the hot and cold. Start with cold. What are we looking for? 50 megapascals and 127 C. Okay, so that's actually pure cold. Come on. There it is. And the pipes yell. High pressure. Sketchy, sketchy. Okay, that's done, and it's filled with cold air. We'll dump that. Don't need that. Maybe be a little careful. No, it's fine. It's going into a tank. Dump that. That's one thing. Deactivate. What's the next one? We can get it melting and then clean up the new room a little bit while it's melting. Add some heat. That is nice to see. Hot tank is hot. Alright, what's the next one? What are we missing? Just kind of walking down the line here. We need the Inconel. Inconel is gold and steel and nickel with mostly gold. Good. That one's cheap for us. We have infinite gold. Nope, that's not what I want. Whoops. Just gonna do jetpack things. Alright, let's see. Activate is off. Let's take control of the chutes and go to furnace. We need 10 gold. Steel, nickel, okay. Steel's over here, nickel's right here. Do we have enough nickel? I think so. If I remember right, we're good. We can start with that even. Was it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It melts. Oh, and I should not be holding the chutes. Nothing crafting. Do I need to craft anything? Am I out of any things or any stuff? We're low on steel sheets. Give me 200 steel sheets. Go. Okay, what about lights here? I need some sort of lights. Yellow? No. Could do black lights. Those just look like normal light, but they don't have any white glow like that. It'd be the exact same effect without the white orb. Just like make them sneaky. It's like invisible. Invisible light source, ambient light. Maybe something like that. I was thinking I want to put a pool here. I want to have a big 3 by a little L-shaped pool maybe. Or at least a 1 by 1 pool. I want to celebrate the fact that we have water by wasting a bunch in various pools. The eventual dream is a pyramid with a gigantic waterfall in the top center. Pyramid of glass. Let's look at that. How's the water? Water is up to 4,000 liters in the pipes. Pipes will fill and then start filling the tanks, I think. Water go up. I'm gonna do black lights. We'll start with that. Easy to change. Let's throw down some lights. And we'll just do the gigantic ones. Put them here's good. Should be okay. Turn them on. Yeah. Maybe one here too. How's our stuff? Are you melted? You're cool, you're melted. What do you need? You need a very specific pressure. Temperature's fine. Pressure's currently too low. So we add heat until we pass the temperature. We do the, or pass the pressure. We do the activate switch. And then we start leaking out the teeniest bit of gas. And that'll catch it on the way down, right? Unless we're too low. We're too low. Let's do, give me a little bit more. Go to 23, 24. Now you should catch it on the way down. There it is. Turn that off. No more activate. I'm tempted to do that one again, because that is like the cheapest recipe for us. Let's double check that we have enough resources for it. You have 15. You have 14. I'm sure we have enough gold. So yeah, let's do that again. Take over the chutes, save just in case. 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it was nickel and gold, or coal, steel, that one. Yep, 5 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You melt. You just take this line right here is good. Are you? What do you do? Do you do too much? I don't think so. You're gonna be okay. We could check. But I'm just gonna assume. Alright, there we go. That's good. Are those on? Yeah, they're just super subtle. Like I was saying, you can't really see them very well. I think the lighting mod gives them a teeny bit of glow at a distance. That looks better. Just want to get to the point where we could like turn this off and not have it look bad for stream. That looks much better without any external light sources. I'm gonna keep that on though. Ooh, maybe even charge it. Alright, there we go. Power to lights, that's a thing. That's one thing done, did a thing. Now we can do a bunch of cladding. Just like cover things up, make it look nicer. Maybe even do double windows. We got some double windows. We should do more double windows. Double windows look much better. Missed one. Whoops. Sorry, we got unavoidable ads. I will be doing windows and cladding. I'm a spaceman. Oh no, where'd that go? Is it just outside? It's just out there somewhere. It's probably just right out there. What have I done? Where are you, little bubble? That's okay. You can be a bubble. Oh, it's already got cladding on it. No, no, that's a wall. Closer. Nice, Neff. Neff loves code. This is a strange helicopter. It's not even a helicopter. Why isn't this BF6 gameplay respectfully? I appreciate the respectfully of your tone. It's very respectful. I've been doing huge amounts of Battlefield lately. Oh! Let me get back here. I've been having fun with that. I might do more Battlefield today. I might take a day off. I was talking about that earlier. But I feel like I've been doing so much that I need like a day away. Just to like reset habits or rest a little. Just like keep doing the same stuff over and over. I don't know. I feel like if I hide for a day, maybe I'll stop getting RPG'd. Or something. I do feel like I've been doing just too much. Like I'm getting a little sick of it from doing like 10 hours a day. This is my spaceman weekend. I'm having a nice chill weekend for a day or so. Doing some spaceman things. It's peaceful here. It's a good game. Big fan. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this white though. It's too much white. Something's got to be different color. Maybe black ceiling. More cladding. Ooh, you're locked up. Why are you locked up? Because I'm holding the furnace and you can't get the things that you need. Fix. Alright, you are high temp, high pressure. I remember we activate, we give hot gas to 24 megapascals. That's more than enough. We'll turn that off to 1. That'll leak out until it activates. Any more cladding? I thought I had tons of cladding. I think I do. That should be enough. Let's do black for ceiling. RPG would be brutal here. This would be the least fun PvP game imaginable. It would be so infuriating. There's no need for PvP. Just this world is violent enough. It's very hard being alive. Okay, that's better. Still not super happy about the pure white. Maybe black back here is enough? Ooh, maybe black with a racing stripe. Ooh. I haven't done racing stripes. Ooh, what about an orange racing stripe? Wow. Wow, that is not great. All of this is not great. It's better than Grey Room, but I don't like it. What if the racing stripe was blue? What if it had no racing stripe? That's probably the best choice. I think racing stripe was a bad choice. What if the racing stripe bursts out of the wall? Just some crazy checker. Ooh. Ooh. It's like chess, but if you only had like 4 pieces, this would be a rough game of chess, I think. 4x3 board is not enough. I'm gonna leave it. Good enough. Seems reasonable. Maybe white on the bottom. I'm not gonna leave it. What about white here? Ooh. I'm gonna keep it. I think it just needed a racing stripe. I'm doing full white for this wall with the racing stripe. Yeah, maybe. Well, it's less depressing. That's good. Not amazing. I think definitely better. What are we doing? You made the thing? You did it? You did it. Okay, that goes to 0. We now have lots and lots of this guy. This one's cheap for us. We should be making lots of that. We need astraloy if we can. Astraloy. This is copper, steel, cobalt with mostly steel. Might be running low on steel actually. Steel is low. How are iron and coal? 16, 21. Okay, we can do a little bit of that. I take over furnace. I take over shoots for furnace. I turn off activate switch. Everything looks good. No, you're out. Give you some air. There it is. Alright, so 15 of this, 5 of this. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That all goes into the furnace. I don't need the furnace anymore. Or I don't need the chutes anymore. There's some steel sheets and cladding. Do we need any other things? Lots of plastic. Maybe some walls. Only maybe. Oh, I wanted the... what is it? Flat wall, I think? The ones that let us do nice corners. I want like 100 of those. Give me some of those. Alright, this guy's working on steel. That's going to take a minute. It's also not going to craft until it's correct, so we can activate. Let's let that melt for a minute. I'm tempted to get like a recycling setup too, just to start throwing stuff away instead of accumulating it forever. Got a lot of stuff. Ooh, that is less depressing. Ooh, colors, racing stripes, good. I need more racing stripes. Been lurking for years, thank you. I appreciate it. I mostly lurk as well. Sometimes I'll call out Neff when I see him watching the Stationeer streams. I like to call out cats when I see a good cat. I'll say cat. That's about it. Looks good. Temp's low. Get rid of the cold air. We will give hot air. Temp rises very fast. Out goes steel. Turn off activate switch. Steel join system. Now we should have enough to make what we wanted, which was steel mostly, copper and cobalt. Let's double check those. You have 10, that's good. You have 33, that's more than enough. Okay. So, we take the chutes, point them to furnace. I need 10 of you. Let's do the other ones first. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Just double checking copper, cobalt, steel, twice as much steel. Then I need 10 steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't need the chutes anymore. Let's get rid of those so this guy can keep eating resources. That melts for a while. It is not going to be ready to craft until it's the right recipe and everything, so we should be good to activate. We're making this one. What do you take? You take basically the hot tank temperature is good, and you need 30 megapascals to 40. So that should be pretty easy. Let's just let's get there now. I think we'll be good. Let's go up to 30. 30 something, so we can cool off a bit. There, that should be fine. It'll cool off, pressure will go down, finish crafting. Just gotta give that time. Give me the round bubble. I want the bubble wall. Ooh, bubble. Look at that. You not go in that spot? But that's where you go. No. Is it the wire? Is it the other wall? It's a U. But I also want you. That's tough. This is a tough spot to be. Okay, so then can I do this one? Yes. And probably these corners. Come on. Ooh, what's it bumping? The chute there. I see. Might want to adjust that. Oh, and these two, they run into each other nicely. Okay. So I think it's the cable here that's making you angry. Is that something that's easy to adjust? Kinda, yeah. I think we can just...
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Oh shit, I did the thing.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Get me out of here.
Pressure.
Get me out of here.
Pressure critical.
Do I have any emergency pills? Is this how I die?
Cognition low.
Oh god. Oh god. Someone tell my family I was an idiot. Alright. I think we're gonna roll with it. We survived. We're gonna keep it. I deserve that pain.
Critical.
Can we do... What is it? How do I make the pills? I think we can make them, like, right now with ferns. What is it? Chemistry station. You need fern, cobalt, silver. Is that ore or ingot? Ingot or ore. And then ore for cobalt, which it's always ore. Okay, let's make it. Let's try and fix this. Let's get some emergency pills. And then I can go, I could just, when I'm feeling wild, I could just go run around outside and see if we maybe don't die. How many laps can I do around this building without dying, with no suit? I need to know. Let's figure that one out. That's the thing to do. Alright, so I want one of these. Give me one of these. Yeah. Yep. And then we need a table. You can go ahead and cancel. Give me one table. And then anything else? Maybe a shelf. I think I've got shelves in the wall. Any shelves over here we can grab? There we go. That'll do. Let's get a maybe a big shelf or a couple shelves. This one's fine. Yeah, yeah. All right. It seems good. Could put it even over here if we want. Yeah, sure. Let's put it off in the corner a little. Give it a shelf or two. Alright, you go there. I haven't checked filters in forever, too. These are fine. I should check the ones down below, though. It's been a very long time. You're good. This guy's just slurping the excess oxygen out of the air and then dumping bad air right on where I was standing. Okay. There we go. Now we can turn this on, and then you should get power. And I don't know how to use you. What do I do? Feed me pills. I need drugs. Rectangle, please. My lungs hurt. And I need pills. For my hurty lungs. Nothing.
Oxygen low.
You're still okay. What about colors? These colors are gross. We should do different colors. Maybe black. Slightly better. Debatable. I want to do the brown. The brown's gross. I'll do the brown for this machine, maybe. Same thing. Maybe brown you. Oh, that actually looks kind of nice. What about you? What do you look like, brown? Do you got a weird black mix too? Black and brown's good. Oh yeah, yeah, that looks fine. It's mostly black. That matches. Beautiful. Someone Snapchat Martha Stewart. Look at my ferns. Someone show Martha Stewart my ferns. So first off, I think it said I needed something. I think we need to look at the documentation real quick. I think I have to process the ferns into some sort of like resource that I haven't seen before. Let's see. It says phenoxite from fern. I'm guessing this is something that you get from processing fern in some sort of station. But I really do not know. Phenoxite. Unit G, found in Ferns 1. It might just be this. This might be all it is. What happens if I put you in here and then say go? Not happy? Once more? Okay, so it needed ferns, it needed cobalt, it needed silver. I could feed it ore. Let's see if I can just feed it plain old stuff. If I could just put a whole stack in, that would be ideal. If it automatically does stuff right. I doubt that'll work though, but let's try. We turn it to 8 for the ground. I would like 1 silver and 1 cobalt, please, thank you. Those go through and get fed to the ground. I relieve control. I'm gonna save. Yeah, no, yeah, maybe. Do I have to do it faster? Doesn't like it. Not happy. I don't know how to work these things. How much would be if save file was deleted? I've had identical experiences. I remember I had one save of oxygen not included that was like 4,000 plus days in, and I had done like, I was doing all the very end game things. And it was only one save. I forget, I think autosaves were like off entirely. And then the save got corrupted and it was just gone forever. I've experienced that many times. It kind of sucks. It makes me sad. It's just like, aw. I don't get angry, but, aw, I wanted to do that. That was fun. That was going good. I'm trying to figure out how do I use this thing. How do I make a pill? Do you tell me? 3 centuries of pharmaceutical technology compressed into one small, easy to ingest pill of the heal pill. Just telling me, it's trying to sell me the pill. I'm already sold, dude. I'm dying. I'm convinced I'm gonna fucking die if I don't eat this. You have me sold. Actually, do this or you'll die is one of my strongest motivators. That's a good way to get me to do things. What do I do? How do I work you? Do I have to work the Google? Should I consult the wizard chat GPT? How do I use a chemistry station? I need to put in 1 silver, 1 cobalt, 10 fern. Is it if I do like really explicit ratios? What if I do 1 of these? One of these. One of these. One of these. One of these. I know how to use this. I only see 1 input. Happy for backseat gaming. Anyone know how this works? Not me. Okay, I think I have to look online real quick. Give me just a second here. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Is it that this is output? It says output. That would mean output. This is build. If I put 1 in. Ah, turned off, loaded up, turn it on. Okay, so we got 1 cobalt. We got 10 ferns. Okay, and then we need silver. This is going to be 50. This is going to be too much. I'm just going to go grab some silver. I was thinking of putting like a stacker in there. That's a lot. It's going to be more obnoxious to manage than ore. Big time. Alright, give me a little silver. Probably 1 or 2 stacks. We're going to use 1. I doubt we're going to even use a single stack of silver. Making pills. Unless I really go wild with just like sprinting around naked outside. Now that that's a thing I can do, it might be a thing I do. How much is that? 31 pills. That's probably enough for a while. We zoom home. Okay. There is our beaker. Then we turn it on. And it crafts us one pill. I want to make at least one more. I was thinking, let's try and make two. What happens if I try and make two? Is that just going to destroy all of the resources if I put in the perfect input for two? Or is it going to work perfect? Let's find out. And we should be able to eat this delicious pill now. Ooh, my lungs feel good. That's actually very nice. I can heal now. Been waiting for that all game. Just been trading to heal the few times we've needed to. Or just like saves coming. I've straight up killed myself accidentally going out the airlock. I think multiple times now. Like many times. 18 ferns. Alright, that is 20 ferns. So you get shot. You get 20 ferns. You get 2 silver. You get 2. Hey, come back here. 2 cobalt. Now, is this going to make 2 pills, or is it going to make 1 pill? It makes a funny noise. It's a good funny... Oh, it's mad! Oh, it makes 0 pills. Get wrecked! Ow. Okay, well, I want to make, actually, I want to make 1 more pill, and I want to keep it on me. That would be a good emergency. I imagine we might need a pill or 2 at some point, like, legitimately. Especially if we're doing, like, outpost stuff. That's a really nice to have. Let's make 1 more pill. This is a fun mechanic. I like this one. This feels like an appropriate level of difficulty. An appropriate amount of chores for a relatively early game heal before you can do the fancier cryo chamber. Okay, this should be perfect ratios. No? Excuse me. 10-1-1. 10 fern. 1 cobalt, 1 silver. Did I do the rest? Is it like the order matters? Is it 1 silver, 10 fern, 1 cobalt? No, because I did silver last before. I'm going to try that again. Excuse me. I'm going to follow the order. 1 silver, 10 fern, 1 cobalt. Maybe I got the wrong number of ferns by accident or something. Okay, I see 10 ferns. This is the perfect number of ferns. There's 1 silver. Oh, I know what it is. I did a single click, didn't I? It's 10 clicks. And we got a bunch of ferns up here. Chilling. Alright. And the one I failed, too. I didn't put enough ferns in. We gotta do this for science. Let's do 20 ferns. 2 cobalt. 2 silver. That's my bad. I haven't used this mechanic before. Not paying enough attention. Messed it up. Did the wrong things. Put the wrong things in the guy. It looks like the perfect ratio did not work for making 2 at once. So let's try 1. 10 ferns. And then can I... What I'm gonna save. Am I gonna save? Oh! Oh! And it tells me it's gonna make things. That's less clicking. I'm learning. I might do Battlefield 6 later. I'm just chilling right now. Currently making some pills. for my dude. Let's put these in the... This is like kind of like going out backpack. The mining backpack. Good. I am healed. And I am ready to run outside again on accident and not be murdered for it. I can now make heals, which is a little bit of a chore. But it's just clicks. It's very doable. It doesn't cost us anything. Alright, we made all the walls, we made some lights. Let's see, we made this area prettier, we expanded. We are crafting stuff. Looks like that crafted. Let's turn that off. Just filling up the mall. Selling stuff to that guy. What do we got next? Hastaloy. This is silver, nickel, cobalt. Got enough of that. Ooh, we're one short on cobalt. Alright, I'm gonna grab some cobalt. What else do we need? Stellite. Silver, silicon, cobalt. So cobalt. Do we need silicon? No. Pretty much need cobalt. Cobalt and iron. Always iron. Lead, actually. Cobalt, iron, lead. Okay, that all sounds good. Alright, ads are popping up. Unavoidable. I'm just gonna stand for a second, too. Let's get a nice view. And I'll be back in a moment.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, out we go. Like I said, cobalt, iron, a little bit of lead maybe, a little nickel maybe. Ooh, it's so smooth over here. My FPS is tripled. Amazing. I feel like the outside is pretty cool. Like they've done a good job of changing the look of the planet. And particularly with the lighting mod. looks pretty good. I'm not giving any appreciation to that, and like the base, you can't see outside at all for the most part. It'd be fun if there was like glass floors, you could see chasms below, lava. Something like that might be neat, probably pretty easy to do. Oh, that's a lot of lead. Lead is fast. Probably good on the nickel. Iron forever. Iron just disappears. I think today alone I've probably done like 4 bags of iron. It's all just gone away. It's for a good cause. I've turned it into lots and lots of dollaries. I do wonder though, like, would it be a better use of my time to spend a couple hours coding up solutions to the stuff I was talking about at the beginning of the stream? If I got the trading improved and automated more, that might be generating revenue faster than me manually farming. Not sure. Last bag. I didn't think about it, but I wonder how much nitrogen this is capturing as well. It could be that it's worth our time to just go out and like farm ore. If anything has a ton of nitrogen in it, maybe we just need to go out and farm like 10,000 nickel or something, which isn't asking a ton. That's kind of tempting. Gotta get that nitrogen going. Anyway. Base is getting big. I love how big this base is. Needs more paint. I like the color. Let's check the filters on the way back too. I haven't looked at the like processing area in a long time. Our atmospherics. Everything cool? Let's look at some stuff. What do we got here? This is our cold steam, which is cold. It's hitting about the temperature we're looking for. That's good. And there's low pressure, so that's all getting converted into liquid water. Up to 400 liters in the tank. Not much, but it's starting to go up finally, I think. This guy's at 4,000. So, what is this? About 5,000 liters of water. How are our filters? That's at 40, that's at 100, so pretty good. That's at 0, that's at 95. One's done. But pretty good for the most part. What about the filtration for carbon dioxide? 0 and 54, so that one's getting low. How about you? 1 and 93. Okay, so that was good to check. Let's replace those real quick. First, we drop off the farm. Let that get processed and sorted. Fix the suit. Looks good. And then I wanted what? I wanted a water one. Give me a heavy water. One. One heavy carbon dioxide. Big recipe. Big recipe. It goes slower when you look at it. We're going to take over the chutes, point them to the furnace. We're going to do Hastelloy. Hastelloy is something I forgot already. It is silver and nickel and cobalt with mostly silver. Okay. Nickel, cobalt, save. 1, 2, 1, 1. 2, 2, 2. 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5. And then 5 more silver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That all goes through to the furnace. We give up control of the machine, or the chutes, so the machines can ask for stuff. That's done with that. We needed volatiles as well. I wanted the one heavy volatile. That goes into our storage here. Okay, so this is melting. That's going to take a minute. This is making this guy. So just kind of high pressure, basically. And pretty specific temperature range, actually. We're probably going to have to add a little bit of hot or cold to get us to the right spot. So let's just let that melt for a bit. We could activate, but it's not going to happen.
Oxygen critical.
Oops. Okay. Filters. I think it's like that. This one gets used first. And the water one goes here. There we go. Okay, so filters are fine. What about the pressures? We're starting to draw more usage of air. We've only got one little vent. How are you doing, little guy? Are you making enough cold gas? Cold gas is pretty much at capacity. We're shooting for about 40 megapascals. It's at like 38. So yeah, it's fine. That's good. How about hot gas? Hot gas is probably having to let gas off as it's too high pressure. It is now at 46 megapascals and 2400 Celsius. That is nice. So a ton of hot gas, and then we can just add fuel whenever we need to whatever we need. What else? We've got our CO2s at 34 megapascals. It's shooting for 40, so it's kind of low a little. Maybe not keeping up. We'll have to keep an eye on that, maybe. Maybe fine. Could just be the pressure differential has this thing working slowly. And this one's at 38, so this one's pretty good. All the temperatures are good. Coolant is at negative 68, almost negative 70. We're up to 4.6. So we've got like 4.7, we've got like 0.5 megapascals of pressure of nitrogen in here from farming all day, basically. Or all the farming we've done today. We haven't farmed all day, but we have gone farming a few times. So we're getting nitrogen slowly, but we are capturing that. And I guess that's one last filter I don't think I checked. Did I check nitrogen filter here? How are you doing? You good? If this backs up, shit explodes. You are good. I'm going to swap these so the medium gets used first. And then we'll swap it to a heavy when it empties. But that's totally fine. It'll only get used as it's pulling nitrogen out, if I remember right. I could be lying there. I could be wrong. But at the very least, that doesn't operate unless it has like 5 megapascals of pressure, so it's pretty efficient. Let's see. What are we doing? We were farming and processing and making things. Do we have 1,000? We do. We have 1,000. We're looking for a specific temperature, lower pressure, 25 to 30. So let's start with that. Okay, that's better. Go towards the bottom, 25, add a little cold. We're getting close. What do we need? 727 is the top. So we're super, super close. Did we jump past it? We did. It's super specific. Oh, that's rough. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna turn the input dial to nothing. We're gonna put a little bit of hot gas in there. And we're gonna turn on the input dial a little. And it should raise the temperature slowly until we hit the target. And then it goes. And then we'll go to 10 so that that doesn't back up ever. It's supposed to be just 10 at all times. But the little dial's coming for helping here. Seems good. That also feels like it'd be an absolute pain to try and get an auto furnace to do that. That sounds like a chore. That's going to be a hard one. I don't know if 127 lines is going to be enough for the auto furnace. They might need to have like different programmings for different recipes just because it's too much. I might have to think about that. Stellite, silver, silicon, cobalt with more silicon. We turn this off. Silicon, silver, cobalt. I think we're good on all these. We can double check. Need 10 here, 22. Not a lot there, but enough. And this one's infinite. Okay, we change this to 1. That's already deactivated. Furnace looks good. Go ahead and save just in case. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we let up control on the chutes. That is melting. We're already good to activate. Okay. And all of this, for the most part, I mean, for one, we just want to keep the mall should be stocked at all times. Because at any time, one of these machines could request something, and it's going to go to the mall. And it'd be nice if it was there. So we want to have stuff always, basically. But we're looking to make the advanced stuff mostly here to sell to this dude. Let's take a look at that. We've already sold a bunch of stuff and made a ton of money. What else can we sell? Anything else? He wants some of the cheaper things. 300 solder and Constantan. 300 Invar. So solder, Constantan, Invar. Turn this to the trader. Invar, we can start with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ouch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just 300 each. That all comes through the chutes and into the vending machine. So we'll sell that to him in a second. What's going on over here? You done? You are. All you gotta do is look away. And then it finishes. 10 to 20, very high temperature. Temperature is way low, so first pump to vacuum, basically. Let's start there. And our hot tank is more than hot enough. There's no hot end to the temperature, so we should just be able to add hot air from hot tank. It'll be good to go. Turn that off. Activate is on. Add hot tank air. Looking for high pressure. It's like 20. No, 10. 10 to 20. Anyway, that one's done. Stellite will enter the mall. And what's your story? I want to sell you things. Let's see. Sell you all these things. Except for those things. Okay, good start. 50 astroloy, 100 waspaloy, 50 hastaloy. Still on vendor. 50 astroloy. 100 waspaloy, was it? And then 50 hastaloy? See if I got that right. Alright, guy. Watch out. This feels like a really threatening gesture for a robot. Anyway. I sell you things. Okay, we're up to $26,000. This is the vendors we were looking for. That's some money. That's enough to buy a lot of liquid nitrogen. We need to buy liquid nitrogen. Okay, so this guy's done. We've already sold everything we possibly can to him. Let's go ahead and toggle that. Catch that air. Send him away. How are we doing here? This needs to change. We're no longer giving things to the vendor. Let's go to idle so that machines can request things. We still have the mall stocked. I don't know if anything's low. I wouldn't be surprised. We're just deleting resources here, turning them into money. That's a good use. But I see stuff in every machine. So we're good to keep crafting and moving and whatnot. Let's see, what next? What do we want to do here? What about some nice paint? I like blue. Vendors could be good. See if we can vendor some vendors. Can we spend some of those dollaroos, maybe? Can I purchase some nitrogen? I would like nitrogen. How's my day? I'm having a good day. Just hanging out. Playing some casual game. Game is fun. Oh, you can't go there? They keep getting blocked. Blocked by a corner, it says? Flat corner round. Are you blocked by this? That feels off. That feels gross. Ooh, that's not right. Weird. So one orientation works and the other does not. I wonder if the same is true here. Can I get this corner in? If I flip it? What do you think's happening right now? I have no idea. There we go. Okay. No, that doesn't fix it. Shoot. Can almost get bubbly corners. But not quite though. Looks a little off. Still probably better.
Jetpack critical.
Okay, let's see.
Oxygen critical.
Looks like the hangar is opened. We can send this dude away. Goodbye, dude. Off you go. Thank you for your dollaroos. Hangar looks much better now. This is fun. This is, I didn't realize, this is, I went to Oregon State University. This is the beaver colors. I like that. That's an accident.
Hunger caution.
Alright, peace that guy. What about other vendors? Who else can we bring in here? Anyone useful? This guy is more money, and we're already, like, set up for it. Not quite, actually. That 46 degrees is hard to get. This one has seeds. Do we need seeds? I'm gonna actually bring this guy in. Just in case there's anything that we don't have. It'd be worth buying seeds. We should collect those. I think we've got most of them. But it doesn't hurt to check. And I know we're missing at least a few, like, even basic ones. That's something to do. Alright, but I was thinking I want to take a stab at just improving the code for loading memory. I think I want to Get that going a bit today. I don't think I'm going to do the full auto furnace production line part. But if we could extend the memory from this chip to another chip using a opcode on an intermediate chip, I think that's going to be useful for us. I want to see if we can do that. What about you? Can I bring this one? Ooh, I think this is the much bigger and better seed dude. So let's see what this dude has and then send him away. Are you a seed dude? You're a seed dude. I don't know what I'm looking for because I don't know what we have. That's a good place to start, isn't it? I think we're missing this one. You just buy some stuff. You just buy everything, really. I know we've got a few of these. I don't think we have pumpkin, actually. Or corn. Or mushroom. Okay. So we'll spend some dollars. He wants some easy stuff. He wants some full carbon dioxide. So, like, here's an example of a guy that we could get some money from. Although, what is that, like $100? Eh. If he was more than 3x3, I bet it's worth it. But anyway, if we added some automation for loading the carbon dioxide into the thing, we could really easily make money off this dude. And even right now, if that was an option, it'd be like 2 buttons. You could just go do that real fast. Take $100 from him. I don't know if I want to do these. I think we're good. Let's try the other seed guy. And let's collect our seed winnings. It's all loaded with stuff to sell. There it is. What's this game about? This game is a survival game. This game's about engineering mostly. It's about engineering and building complicated systems to generate food and water and the correct temperatures and correct air composition and all sorts of stuff. It gets very complicated and very what do you call it? Niche feels like an appropriate word. There's just wild little tangents you go on. So we're pretty far in this safe. You start with nothing. This is like 30 sessions in. And we got a lot of stuff. Doing pretty good. Working on assorted things, but there's nothing that could really kill us at this point. It's kind of like the game's a sandbox a little, but also there's a ton to do. I still haven't explored very large chunks of the game. Has your guy died yet? No, I deliberately have made this... I am save scumming, and I have save scum sometimes where I would have wiped, but I'm deliberately doing, like, no respawns. No dying, no respawning. It's just this one dude who's been alive the whole time. On the Stationeer's difficulty, brutal start. I wanted to make it as challenging as possible. It was challenging, only for a bit. It gets pretty easy at this point. It's like harder start conditions, basically. I think there's nothing new other than maybe the blueberries we just got. What do you want to buy? You want to buy the same small amount of carbon dioxide. He does want to buy a lot of water. That's one we could probably get going. Yeah, this would be like $1,000 of water. Tempting. We need more water production, but that's not hard to do. Should I feed him a plant analyzer? I'm gonna feed him a plant analyzer. Analyzer. Anything else interesting to trade? This guy. I don't think we can reach him. I want him though. This guy's got tons of dollaroos. I think we're just gonna have to wait. Just gonna have to wait. I want the Drogo seeds in particular. There's better ferns. They're like 4 times more efficient than the ones we're using. That would be a big upgrade. If we get one of those, that'd be nice. Other than that, looking for nitrogen traders. Just looking to sell some nitrogen. Or buy some nitrogen. If you're stationed here, there's an achievement for not dying for a year. Cool. Should get that. I wonder if I broke that with the many times I've died, like, deliberately while save's coming. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Just, like, deliberately remove the walls and watch everything catch fire. I sell him a thing, I send him on the way. We still have $23,000. We've purchased all of the seeds that we can get our hands on. There's still definitely more interesting and exotic seeds that we haven't gotten in yet, but we need to get some more advanced traders for that. We're totally set up with everything except the satellite still sucks, which we've talked about. I want to do a little bit, let's do a little bit of programming while we keep an eye on the traders. See what's going on there. I want to get that memory extended. Let's at least make some baby steps towards finishing up the production line here today. No, I've not gotten any exotic plants yet. Nothing yet. I feel like I'm gonna do some potatoes. Gonna do all the clicks for an hour or two here. Let's get some potatoes done. Potatoes forever. These are definitely the most mediocre food. Could do something fancier sooner than later. Not in a huge rush though. Good food would be good. Everything else we're doing is also good. I want to automate chocolate bars next. There we go. Full food, full water, and a spare potato. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with you. I'm tempted to just... You're gonna be... Okay, we're gonna get a couple more potatoes here. I haven't done genetics at all either. That's something I want to play with. It's kind of like, there's many paths that you can go, right? There's nothing really jumping out as like a super need to solve problem. So I'm interested in doing that, and I think I want to tackle that. In general, right now, I still feel like I'm pushing towards getting the nitrogen cooling going for rocketry. I want to get rocketry going. That'll be a lot of fun. So everything I'm doing is kind of working in that direction. All the trading stuff is so that we can get that happening. And then also completing the automation on the base is a big one. So we'll do genetics and food later. Probably auto crafting of food for like the whole production line with the automated, like, what is it, harvesting and planting and all that jazz. And then if we could add genetics to that and be doing that on super duper foods, that would be fun. Anyway, we bring potatoes out to the middle of Vulcan to say thank you. We give an offering to the land. The land has been generous to us, and it has not killed us for an entire year. And I say thank you with potatoes. This is for the lava. You've been good to me, land. Good talk. The lava thirsts for potatoes. It yearns for potatoes. Look how hungry it is. It's like a big bubbling stomach. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Any interesting vendors? Are we good at like, should be at 9, is exactly 45 degrees. Nothing interesting here. 12 doesn't really matter too much on the horizontal. I don't know where to put this. I think like 16 has been good in the past, which is about half. Anywho. Programming. What do we got going on here? Nothing. Okay. I'm just thinking location-wise. I think this should be right here. We'll have the memory or the controller for the furnace logic on the mall, the op memory, and then the controller for the consoles here, which is holding all the memory in its stack. Let's kind of line them up visually and make them almost appear to be sharing this intermediate memory. Might want to label them or paint them or something too. Let's see. What are you? You are... Do I need to do... I want to label this guy, I think. Maybe this guy's even better. You are shoot housing. Yeah. For the shoot control here. You're the brain logic for the crafters, which is crafter manager housing, something like that. You're the mall manager housing. You're the furnace memory housing. Seems good. Oh, that's nice. That is useful. Basically get a free console there. Can set DB setting some variable to display a value on the IC chip. It's like as you're mousing over here, this is called setting. That's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely nice to have. It's frequently you just want to look at like one variable and you'll throw that on a console. Like these, pretty much. That's a good tip, thank you. Might use that pretty immediately. Alright, that goes there, that goes there. Now we have at least a little bit of labeling here. We've got the fmem opcode. Alright. Now we need to do programming on the memory. What's that gonna look like? I think we just start over. I think I started it and it wasn't any good. We can take a look. Furnace recipe, memory. If I remember right, I was trying to do something totally different here. We have nothing. It's not very useful. Okay, so let's start with the just general template. So this is just the template of a generic program with some variables in a main loop that loads variables and does nothing. And let's tweak it to do some things and some stuff. What's our program going to be here? This is going to be a device that is watching the opcode on the intermediate memory and using that to trigger operations. It's going to have all of its stuff in the stack for the memory of the various mall machines and the requirements for making the ingots in them. It's going to have just a couple of stages. It'll idle, it'll jump into the next thing on the stack, and it'll reset the stack. And then it's going to apply all this to just changing the console values down below. Okay. Sounds good. So let's start. I think we might... Do we want to give it a D0 for the memory? I think we want to give it a hard-coded here. Like an input variable with the screwdriver, basically. Not a hard-coded hash code, but an input. So we're not going to have an air tank. We're going to have a... What is it? fmem code. Is going to be D0. This is going to be the memory that we're reading for the operation code. Okay, we're not going to have any variables right now. What variables are we going to have? We'll have the vfmem code, a variable reflecting whatever value is in the fmem code, and we can load that. We'll say load fmem code, or sorry, load into the fmem code, the d fmem code, and then I think just setting is going to be what's on the memory. So whatever we put into this guy right here, fmem opcode, fmem opcode, fmem opcode, fmem opcode, fmem opcode. Whatever opcode we put into there is going to now be picked up by our load variables function. Every iteration of the loop, we'll be able to see what value is there. And then we also have access to the device so that we can reset it. That's one thing. We're loading that into our opcode. For constants, we don't have any temperatures. We will have stages. This is broken into stages. So we will have our stage idle is going to be 1, define stage next. Or stage pop, maybe, is 2. Define stage. Actually, I want to do stage idle. I think I want to do 0, 1, 2. But stage idle, stage pop, stage reset is a 2. Okay. So now, this is going to be the various stages for the various opcodes that we're reading. It's going to have this guy initialized as 0. Or sorry, we need our vStage. It's going to be R14. So vStage is going to be 0 to start, which will be the idle stage. So we're going to start in idle. And then we'll have different code for handling these different stages. So let's write that now. Let's write the branching. Branch if equal vStage to stage idle, then go to stage idle, and then we'll make a function for stage idle, which just goes in a loop, or it goes back to main. So if the stage, our main loop is going to load variables, which is loading this memory code. If the stage is equal to stage idle, it's going to branch here. It's going to do whatever stage idle is, and when it's done, it's going to go back to main. All of these stages are going to be similar in that they return to main when they're done, and each will just do a different functionality. I think something like this is probably okay. Might not even need this. We could probably just like load this variable and then set stuff immediately as a response. Or sorry, load the opcode variable. I don't think we need stages, do we? We'll see, we'll get there. Let's write this code out and see what happens. So what's stage idle going to do? Stage idle is going to sit here until there's a new mem code, and then it's going to do some sort of pop or reset or whatever it's supposed to do to the memory, and then it's going to apply it to various values. So just saying this out loud, I don't think we do staging here. I think we could save a lot of code if we just did all of that at once with every read, more or less. That's a nice cat trying to eat a cookie. Are you using external memory instead of the memory on this chip? Right, so that's this is the external memory chip, is what I'm writing right now. Okay, I think I want to try and remove this. I think we almost just have a simple main loop. Like, this is a really simple function. Okay, let's see. Or even we just branch right here. We don't have stages. We just go do a thing. There's no staging. We don't need to like check state periodically and do anything. The only place we need to check state periodically is the opcode. If the opcode goes to 1, then we want to pop everything off the stack and into the console outputs. And then we want to change the opcode to 0 to say we're done. And that's it. There's no more idling or anything, or the idling is just to check for when the opcode is ready. Same thing with the reset. Reset should just totally reset the stack and then pop off the top item. So that should be something that we do right away. I don't think we need any sort of staging. Let's try and keep this minimal, and especially because we're actually trying to save lines of code here. Like, the whole point of this is just to be able to keep as much in memory as we can. And that means like conserving as many lines of code as we can. So the less logic, the better. Just thinking of that, we need to add that now. Let's set function for reset stack. Or maybe JRaw. Alright. Reset stack should be at the bottom, actually. So what do? We load variables, which is just loading this code. I don't think we even want a function for that. Let's save code here. Load the mem code into settings. First thing you're going to do, you just load that mem code. And then you'll say branch equal the, let's see, if the mem code is equal to 0, then branch to main. Nothing to do if it's 0. Just keep doing that loop forever until it's not 0, until you see something else come through. Okay. Branch if actually, we might not even need this. I'm gonna save a line of code. So if it's 0, it's not gonna reach one of these branches, and instead it'll just hit the eventual J main, and that's gonna go to main. So save a line of code. Branch if equal fmem code 1. Don't go to main. This is gonna be pop. And that's actually like a reserved word, I think. Maybe pop vars, pop stack, something like that. Or even like pop index. Pop ingot. Seems okay. Pop ingot. Okay, that's gonna jmain. So pop ingot's going to do whatever functionality is required for popping the ingot. And then it's going to return to main and keep looping. And it should be at a 0 at this point, because the last thing it's going to do is set the opcode to 0, which we could even do right now. We could say set this guy setting 0. So we return to stage 0, or to opcode 0, the stage of just idling and waiting for an opcode to come through. Alright, so for 1 we pop ingot, which just resets to 0 currently, no problem. If we are 2, then we want to do a reset. We already have reset stack as a function. I wonder if we can reuse this, or if we need some sort of different functionality here. I think this ooh, I don't know. Reset stack's just supposed to build the stack. And what would this do? It would... Reset is always gonna... Reset could reset the stack, and then pop ingot. It's probably not a bad idea. Because whenever we reset the stack, we're immediately gonna need to pop after. So reset stack does whatever it's gonna do, and then it says pop ingot. J pop ingot. Okay. And pop ingot
Migration critical.
is going to check to see if the stack pointer is empty. So it will branch if equal to 0, stack pointer, reset stack. So if the stack pointer is 0, if there's nothing in the stack, then we're going to go to reset stack. We're going to jump to reset stack. So let's walk through this. The pop ingot goes to 1. It's been the opcode goes to 1. Opcode's been a 0. When opcode is a 0, we load opcode 0. We don't branch on a 1, we don't branch on a 2, we jump to main. We go to main, we load, blah, blah, blah. We just keep circling here forever and ever and ever until opcode goes to something like 1 or 2. So let's say it goes to 1. Then 1 is going to go to pop ingot. Pop ingot is going to jump into here. It's going to say branch if equal to 0, stack pointer, which is just like the current top of the stack. Our stack is empty right now. So if that's equal to 0, which it is, then jump to reset stack. Reset stack is going to build our stack. It's going to push everything into the memory. Just a whole bunch of push statements. And this is where we build our logic. And this is the bulk of the program, is just like 100 lines of hard coding the various values that the resources want to be able to be created. So that's where this lives. It builds that whole stack, and then when it's done, it jumps to pop ingot. So we go right back here now. Okay, we've got our stack. Branch if equal to 0, stack pointer. Stack pointer is now going to be like 100, so we're not going to hit that. Instead, we're going to set the opcode to 0 at the very end, and we're going to pop off all of our various values into the console here. So here's where we do the pop, and then the whole process wraps up. Our setting is 0. Now the only other thing here is if we walk through here and the code goes from 0 to 2, then if it goes to reset stack, we need to clear the stack before we can re-add to it. So I'm thinking that's probably just like, it's that clear db. Can we do that? Is that how I clear my current stack? Anyway, we'll want to clear the stack, then we build the stack, and then we go to the pop ingot, is all I'm thinking, because there's a good chance that we get reset stack called when there still is a lot of stuff in the stack. Alright, so I think that's the general flow for logic here, with trying to do minimal lines of scaffolding, minimal lines of code around the core bit, which is just reset stack here. And right here, this is where we want to do the most lines of code. So 14 lines of code, scaffolding, around hopefully 110 lines. We got ads, sorry ads. Okay. I confirm, let's first, I don't even want to save this already. This is progress. Where were you? You up at the top because I loaded you? Memory. Okay. Okay, an export, I guess. Blech. So I started programming this one. Just want to look. What was I doing for the stack? Something like this is an example. So I just want to rebuild this stack. This does the item. It does the inputs, which is 3 inputs, an item, the number of stacks, item, number of stacks, item, number of stacks. There's only 2 for Electrum. High temp, low temp, high pressure, low temp. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 variables per recipe. 11 lines of code. Okay, well we can start with this. Threes. Okay, so now we're just mapping out. We're actually adding some stuff to the stack. We don't have to do everything, but let's start with a couple things. Let's start with steel and electrum on the top of the stack, basically. So for right now, we're doing electrum. Electrum has a top temp of infinity, basically. Bottom temp is 327. Okay. So push 99999. Push. Bottom temp is 327. Okay, so this is, we're just adding this to memory. We've got the item we're trying to add first. We've got the ingredient, the first hash, the number of stacks. The second hash, the number of stacks. The third hash, the number of stacks. Nothing for electrum. Push the high temp, push the low temp, push the high pressure, push the low pressure. High pressure is 2.4 megapascals. Low pressure is 800. There we go. And that is our formula. So let's do this for 2 things. So let's do it for steel and electrum. Steel ingot is going to be a coal ingot, which is actually just named coal. The machine is called coal. So we'll say coal. And it's going to be 5 coal. And it's going to have... Oops. Let's try and keep these. I'm going to delete this. We only need the one example. That one's probably okay to keep. Let's see. We've got the item coal 5. Gold is wrong. It needs to be iron. And then it's going to be 15. 15 iron. 5 coal. I'm tired of this breathy boy. I gotta fix his breathing. He's breathing too breathy. Excuse me, I'm breathy. Look at all those potatoes. Oh my god. We are potato rich. We have potato abundance. What's going on over here? Anything on the vendors? Anyone interesting to bring in? Not really. I don't think any of these look good. Could bring this in, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't look good. Maybe they'll have something we could sell them that's worthwhile. They're like a medium-sized one with a runway. They might have something they want to buy. I hope you want to buy like a hard suit or something fancy and expensive. Let's find out. Back to coding. We are setting up steel here. Steel needs coal and it needs iron, and then the third is nothing. There is no third. It wants what temperature, what pressure? It wants infinite high for the up end, 627 for the low. So push 999999 push 627 for the low. What about pressure? Pressure is 1 megapascal to 100 megapascals. 100. 1. Okay. So this is just kind of our example. If we can get it working with 2, we can get it working with the rest. But every item is going to be roughly 10 lines, 11 lines to specify what's the name of the machine and the item that we're looking to create. What are the ingredients? Ingredient 1, ingredient 2, ingredient 3. How many of those ingredients? And then what high temp, what low temp, what high pressure, what low pressure. And all of this is set into these consoles as a shared memory where that can be picked up here. So this program is just gonna, when it's told to, it'll pop off some memory, apply it all down here, and then we can pick that up in other programs. That can drive this program, and that can drive a furnace. This program, I mean. Okay. This seems good. Let's go ahead and overwrite, confirm, export. Let's try and plug it in and see what happens. It should break immediately because it needs the memory. The fmem opcode. And we got to do some clicks here, unfortunately. Here come the clicks. Oh, I saw it. Nope, nope. Oh, ooh, got him! Boom, no errors. Alright, that's a start. Now this is actually, it's doing nothing. We've got a big chunk of it done. But not quite all of it. Let's see. So I'm gonna edit. We're gonna look at this. We're building the stack nicely, and then we're calling popping it, and we're not doing anythings with that. So that's an important bit we're missing. And that's going to be more scaffolding code here, but that's okay. So pop ingot is going to pop off all of the values. It just pops stuff off into the consoles. That's all it's going to do. Just pop off the top thing into the consoles. And then we're good. And it needs to do that after being sure that the stack has been reset. So right here, we're just going to start popping things. So the stack is, let's see, it's last in, first out. It's like a stack of plates. So we have pushed all these things on the top. And now when we pop, it's going to pop, 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 pop. So the very first thing we're going to be popping is the low end of the pressure here. So we will pop into R0 the low end of the pressure. Okay, and that's R0 actually. That's all you do. Just pop into R0. And we need to apply this. So we're going to say set by name. We need the device hash, which is whatever a console is. It's the hash for a console. What is that? What are we even doing here? We're doing console medium for some, console small for some, console large for others. So it even makes sense to have these as like the explicit hash. Anywho, I think this is a medium. Let's check. So it's a hash of this. And then we need a name hash, which is a hash of the name. And then we need the setting. And then we need R0. Okay, that's a lot of code. So let's take a look. What are we doing? We're doing the pressure low is coming off first. That's a medium one. And it is F press low. And then F press high. So we've got the medium. F press low. That goes into setting R0. Okay. So we're popping off the top thing. What? No, no, sorry. I was looking at the wrong line. I was like, why are we resetting stack here? We're popping off the top thing into R0, into just that first temporary register. That's going to have our low pressure. We are then going to set by name for the medium console with name low pressure, or press low. We're going to throw R0 into that setting. So now this has been saved on the console, and we are clear to clobber R0 again. So we again pop R0, and now we're doing something else. We're doing something similar, but we're not going into the pressure low, we're going into pressure high. And then after that, I believe we have the temp low. And then we have the temp high. All of these being medium. So the medium for the hash. Okay, so we pop and 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 we pop. What else we got here? We've gone through the pressures, temperatures. Now we're on to the count and items that make up the composition. Okay. So we pop, and this is now, we're popping the count. The count is one of the small consoles. So we need to change our hash code. And we need to figure out, what are you even called? Let's see, input, F input count 1, F input count 2, F input count 3. So this is F input count 3. Yeah, like that, with spelling, not number. Yep. I feel like it should just be a 3. It's too late. Okay, we'll take that. So let's see, we pop that off, we set that for input count 3, and then we have the name, which is bigger, and that is F input hash 3. Okay. So we got the input count. Now we do the F input hash. This is on the medium one, which goes like that. Okay, so medium console named this guy gets the next one. And now we need to repeat that for 2 and 1. This is 2. This will be 1. Let's walk through that. We got input count 3, hash 3, count 2, hash 2, count 1, hash 1. Ooh, we're doing it. So this is popping off everything now, all the way up through the items to the last remaining one, which is our target hash. What size is target hash? Are you medium or large? Target hash is medium. It's F target hash. Are you medium? You're large, aren't you? These are large. These are medium. These are small. No problem. Let's adjust that. So we will do one last pop. This is going to go into here, which is F. What was it, target hash or hash target? Target hash. F target hash. Okay, so the only problem here is some of these are wrong. They need to be large. Let's grab that. Looks like it goes from a 2 to a 3. Okay, so you should be a 3. 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 We can double check that too. No change? No change. And then these should still be a 2. These are size 2. Okay. So I think that is the general process here. Every time we pop, it's going to, first, if there's nothing in the stack, which will be like initial conditions, or if we've cleared the stack, it's going to call reset stack. Reset stack is going to come down here. It's going to clear DB. I think this is clear the stack memory for the provided device. So this will clear our current stack memory and make sure there's nothing in the stack, which is theoretically where we're supposed to be. But it allows reusability of this function. We can just call reset at any time and clear it out. So it clears, when you reset the stack, you clear the stack. We push these all on in that specific order, and we have to push the exact right amount of things. It's like 11 lines for a single object defining an ingot and all its various parameters. So we've got 2 of those in here, and they're kind of like a template that we can continue off of. And then it jumps to pop. Pop is going to immediately start popping this stuff off, and it pops from this order up, basically. So we'll start with steel and go to electrum, keep going from there. So that's re-entering here. We go to pop ingot. We branch for reset stack, but our stack's full now. And we start popping all these values off, just popping them into a temp register and then storing them on a console. So we're storing the pressure low, pressure high, temperature high, input count 3, hash count 3, or hash 3, input count 2, hash 2, input count 1, hash 1, and then finally the target hash for what we're actually trying to create at the end of the day. Okay. And then we set the opcode to 0, saying we've done our task of doing whatever we're supposed to do. So this guy listens for opcode 1 or opcode 2. It either pops off the next thing, or it does a full reset. Confirm. Export. Maybe even save a little. Any bugs? You working? So it should be in stage 0. Let's test this. What happens if I change you to... That's not the button. So I'm going to interact manually here. Let's just say 1. Okay, that's good to see. I think one more thing we might want... I think we can make these like the human readable hash if you like set them to 10 or something. There's like a setting on them. Let's see. Oh, but let's try this. So, oops. So it looks like that's working for the most part. We need to double check all the values, basically. Make sure that looks good. But let's try and, let's just set it to 1 again. And see that it changes. Should get different codes. And then we can set it to 1 again. And see that it'll, like, reset the stack and roll over. But we can basically test manually pressing the button here. Okay, so that causes a change, and then it hangs. And this should go back to steel. It does. Good. Okay, so it looks like the pop and reset are working correctly, and the opcode's working. Let's try a reset here. I'm going to say, first let's do 1, so it rotates to electrum, and then let's do a 2 for the force reset, which should go to steel. Should set that to 0, but that is a different use case, and it does look like it's working. Pretty certain. Okay, so you can pretty much read these as infinity. Pressure low, temp low look good. These guys look bad. I need a label here. Stacks look good. Nice. Okay. I want to see the proper label on these. Let me see. Let's edit here. Let's add one quick line of code. I'm going to say set... set batch. And I'm going to do the large... set batch, large console. Mode 10, I think, is the one that shows like strings. So we're going to take the large consoles and hard code them to mode 10 at the start of this program. What's that going to do for us? Does that change it? G4. No, that's even worse. All right, what if I rotate through a couple numbers here? What's 1? Should I just like write a for loop that rotates through? Okay, that's not good. I don't like that one. What is 2? That's megawatts? Nope. What is 3? This is kind of fun, actually, just seeing what these are. Give me just like a human mega K's. Temperature. I bet I could just like go online in 2 seconds and find out what setting is what. This sounds like a perfect job for ChatGPT, but I'm kind of liking seeing the various values coming through here. Looks like there's temp C, temp Kelvin. Saw some power in there somewhere. Are any of you just like normal string? Just read the string hash, basically? It feels like it's gotta be a thing. I want to just read iron ingot, steel ingot, that sort of thing. Numbers. Minutes. Oof.
Hydration critical.
Days. Maybe 10 is single character. Does it go to 11? Motherfuckers. Gigafuckers. Ooh. I think I'm gonna have to consult the wizard ChatGPT on this. This sounds like a good case for ChatGPT. Or even like spending the time to write code to iterate through values and see if any of them look right. Put an I next to, or like show what the value is in an I value as you rotate through to 100 or whatever. Moles. Okay, I'm Googling it. What setting on the console shows a hash string as a string? Stop making things up. Look it up. Ooh. Is there a way to do this? Maybe not. Damn. Our map, I think, gives you the readable name from the hash. I mean, I could try to RMap it. I'm down to try that. If there's any way to get a human readable thing there, which I'd hope there is, I really, really want that. That would be nice. Let's see, so first off, this needs to be reset. It's probably 0 by default. Let's make sure it's not anything weird. Is that right? -6, whatever. Yeah, seems good. Okay. So you're thinking RMap that? Let's try for the target hash. We're gonna pop this, and then we're gonna say our map, R0, D0. It needs a like an auto lathe. I remember it needs an auto lathe or something to be able to do the R map. It's like obnoxious. But no, the R map, I think it turns. I was talking about this before. I think R map turns something like this code. It'll take the raw element of steel here and turn it into something like this code right here to give you this hash. But maybe you could use it even again on this hash to get a string. Maybe it's multi-purpose. I'm guessing this isn't going to work. And I'm going to have to plug in a thing to even try it. I think I might have to consult the Google for this someday. It's still alright. Like, it would definitely be so much nicer if this was human readable. But at the same time, I could still kind of look this up and see what it corresponds to. Alright. I think we might be okay here. Let's go ahead and delete this unneeded line of code. Confirm and export. Throw that in. Double check that it's working. Let's give it a 1 and see it rotate. It doesn't work. Are you serious? Didn't I like just set you to work? Oh, you are working? You are working. It's fine. It was in a bad internal state initially. We're good. Okay. So even though I'm not happy that it's not human readable, this is still a big improvement. This is a big piece of the puzzle. We're now able to set the opcodes in an intermediate memory here, and that trains the memory to pop stuff up the stack. So now we can pick up all those values in our main furnace logic and start applying those to sending stuff into the furnace. So this is getting really close. This is definitely a step. And I wasn't necessarily looking to finish this today. I wanted to do exactly this. I'm happy to see it working quickly. I think we call that progress and chill for a second, do some other stuff. I'll have to do a little research and see if there's a good way to make a human readable string on the console. I would love to see steel and iron and coal. I would think theoretically that that's a thing to do. There's probably ways. Use another memory stack to store a bunch of hash name pairs. I was considering that and thinking that sounds so gross. I really don't want to do that. But you probably could do that. I really don't want to do that. I think I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's see. Anyone got anything good? This one maybe, actually. Can I bring you in? No? It's going to be impossible to aim at you correctly, probably? Maybe. 47. I'm going to try and rotate. One left. 47 left. Then I wanted to see what you got to sell. You got any things? You don't want to buy anything. You offer some foodstuffs I could take. I don't think so. I don't think I'm really interested in any of that. We're good. Okay, this guy can go. Just doesn't want to buy things. I was hoping to sell things to him. He's looking nicer. Our map does it for regents if it's a crafting recipe, so it'll work for ingots, etc. Okay, I could try that right now and see what happens. Are you sure? Our map does it for regents if it's a crafting regent. Might have to give it a recipe to autolathe. So I'm with you there, and I've used exactly this. Like I said, we can go from the iron to the iron brick. We can test to see if it goes from iron brick to iron string hash label. Maybe. We try it and see what happens. We will edit. We will add a new input. I'll say alias D Piper. It's gonna be D1. We're just called pipe. Bender. Sure. Keep more reasonable labels here. So let's just play with this on the target hash. I'll say pop R0, and then we'll say our map. We'll have the R0. We'll use the pipe bender. The regent hash is R0. So we'll just remap R0 to be theoretically the human readable label. And now when we set it into the target hash, we should see just that one label coming out correctly if this works. Worth a shot. Just a couple lines of code. The trickier bit is now I gotta rotate through all of this. How are you working? Oh, because you're not executing the code that's gonna fail. Now I gotta rotate through all of this to get the pipe bender. Or auto lathe or whatever, doesn't matter. Some sort of something. There, auto lathe. Okay. You're on, you're running. I think I need to set this to 1 twice, or let's do 2. It doesn't matter. 2, sure. Go, reset, do stuff. You are a 0. Confirm. You're a 0. Okay, things are changing. You're still 0. But what if I combine this with... I was seeing strings before. What if we try and do the set for the big ones on the mode to 10, which was string mode. Let's add that back for a second. And then if that works, this should immediately update to be a readable string. And it's just a big nothing. That's still a G. That is a lowercase g, maybe, a q. But it's reducing, it's just like a number getting reduced into a single character, rather than any sort of like human readable string. But you want is the opposite of the hash command. Unhash. Dehash. Couldn't you just add a string to the thing for display? So I was thinking that too, like if we just take this. So I don't think we want to RMap. Let's remove this real quick. Remove this code. But if we just take this, and I'm going to copy paste this. Let's see. Or no, wait, what am I thinking here? Never mind, I take it back. What I was thinking is not going to work. Add a string in the stack for display. So I'm hesitant to add anything more to the stack. I see what you're saying, that you could probably just give it some sort of string and then push that as the setting. Oh, I think I know what I wanted to do. I just wanted to test. Can I just do something like item? Is this going to work? Or are you going to get mad at me? I'm guessing this will not compile. And if we try it as a hash, what's going to happen? I'm guessing it'll turn to a number, and finally this should be... I mean, I don't know if it should be 10 or 1 for the mode. Let's see. Where is my this thing? 2, okay. G, nothing. Did it fail? It did. Yeah, it doesn't like that. This needs to be hash. But I think this is just going to turn it into a number instead of the hard-coded string item. Tragic. Okay, we're just kind of tinkering here. This isn't super important. The important bit is this is working. We can think about that, maybe get some human readable labels someday. But I am happy to see it working this far. That's good enough for now. I've seen people display you get icons on consoles before. Ooh. That's a good idea. I think you're right. I think what if instead of doing a console like this, which is a number, or sorry, yeah, just like displaying a number, I think we could do one of the consoles with a hash display and then set the setting there and it would show an ingot. That's a great idea. I want to do that right now, actually. I really like that idea. Good call, thank you. Oh, and those are all messed up too. Whoops. Gotta fix the mode. Mode is 0. Export there. Oh, come on now. Numbers. Good. Delete. Unnecessary code. Save. Okay. Confirm. Okay. We're gonna need to edit that in a minute. Let's try this. I'm gonna actually just save in case this goes bad. It's probably just gonna be a waste of time if it doesn't work out. You just recover it instead of rebuilding. But I think we can just tweak these to be consoles. Or even let's start with just the one. And tweak you to be a normal display console. Can I do like one of the gigantor ones? Do they have a gigantic display? Or is this the best we're gonna get? Just like this? I mean, okay, but meh, you know? Not very exciting. I probably want it like right here, I would think. Almost dead center. I like that spot. We're taking this spot. Good call. I bet this works. This is brilliant, Neff. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do it this way, angling down. Turn it on. This is named F target hash. F target hash, confirm. This guy gets a hash display. Give me one hash display, go. And then do I not need to do any programming or anything? Is this how this works? I don't think I've ever done this before. Do I need to give it a data chip or anything? Neff, do you know things? What things do you know? Teach me the things that you know. I'm out of glass. Give me 100 glass, go. Maybe it's just hard-coded. There's so many chips for consoles I never use. Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. I remember seeing earlier today, I saw another streamer who had this console showing like pictures of steel ingots. And theoretically, that's exactly the hash we're sending in here. So hopefully this will work. I think there's, at the very least, it's possible to do. I might need to figure it out more. But this is a good idea. Let's see what happens. Alright, you're plugged in. Are you mad? Okay, so what console is this? What kind of console? It's like one of the angled ones. One of these. Okay, we will edit. Target hash is in this console. Structure console monitor named F target hash. Okay, go. And then we're going to need to reset the memory to make that work. Maybe. That should... Oh, doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Incorrect logic type 31. Line 31. So where we are saying set the structure console monitor F target hash setting R0. So I don't think it likes setting. F target hash. Try data disk in it. So I'm used to using data disk to program. Can I just like throw a data disk in there or like program a data disk? Usually I use it like this. And then you can select whatever you're trying to show. Come to think of it, I could just put this in like a memory chip and then display it here. That would work, wouldn't it? Maybe that's how we do it. Interesting. Let's see. What if I do... Can we grab some of the labels here? Like, could I look at this F input hash too? This should theoretically show the correct hash. Correct item, that is. It'll show, like, coal or steel, iron, etc. Hash 3. Hash 3 is 0. Alright, not you. I think I have to scroll this way. Ooh, that's brutal. Come on. I need hash 2. Hash 2. Iron. Oh, look at that. Oh. I think that's how it works. You set the name of the IC housing or memory chip with a command I showed you earlier, then you set the target on the console, the data disk, to be the memory or housing. Yeah, okay. So I think that's right. We just need an intermediate memory. Right now we're using this guy as an intermediate memory, but we should be using memory sticks for all of these values, I think. More or less. Okay. So these, at least these 3, can be moved to memory. It almost makes sense to move these to memory too. Nah, we're just gonna leave them as is. That's okay. We only have to pull them out in one spot, 2 spots. It's okay. Let's throw a little memory in here. We can probably just like throw it wherever we can in the walls, basically. That's more than enough. What do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That will do. Alright, let's see. Target hash. So your F target hash. Yeah. Okay. F target hash. I think we just copy these names exactly. Okay. This guy's name doesn't matter. Ooh, we're doing it. This'll do it. Ooh, we got it. Cool. That's gonna look nice. Should be here, should be one lower. Stacks labels off. I think this is okay. Probably head on, should be down. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. Okay, so there's those. Give me more of the hash thingies. We need 3 more. 1, 2, 3, go.
Hydration critical.
There's those. There's that. They need to be programmed and they need to be plugged in. Memories need to be plugged in. There we go. That needs to be plugged in. That needs to be plugged in. That needs to be plugged in. Turn those on. Okay. F target hash. F input 1, F input 2, F input 3. Okay. Seems good. So you are the F input 1. This one might be a little tricky. Oh, it's perfect. Input hash 1. You are input hash 2. It's so easy. How is it so easy? Your input hash 3. Input hash 3. Those are programmed. This isn't going to work quite right for coal. We might want to tweak what we're labeling coal. Maybe it just shows the wrong thing and we know and don't care that much. That's also a possibility. And this one's programmed wrong too. This is supposed to be the target hash. F target hash. Okay. So now we have memories corresponding to the hashes, which can then plug into consoles that display hashes. Should look a little better. Need to tweak the programming very slightly for that to work. Okay, so you are no longer the console monitor. You're now memory. We go to the memory, logic memory, grab the structure memory for all of the hash devices. Hash. Hash. Did I miss one? Hash. Okay. Let's export this as the memory. Confirm, export. Throw that in. We can immediately see that coming through. We got iron, we got steel, and we got coal is not happy. What should I do for coal? I just named it coal, right? It shouldn't be named coal. It should be named whatever coal is named. Which is item coal ore. Alright, you are named... Give. Item coal ore. Good. You get edited. We're now gonna say it's not just coal. It's item coal ore. Overwrite. Confirm. Export. Should be not updated yet until we do a reset. Let's do a quick reset. Set it to 2 for reset. Should pop the stack, reset. Now it says coal. Machine wants to make steel. It wants coal. It wants iron. It doesn't want a third thing. It wants 15. It wants 5. Needs these settings. Nice. That's much more visual. And then if we go to 1, Steel wants to make electrum. It needs gold. It needs silver. It needs nothing else. Here's the stacks it needs. Very nice. Okay, that's a big difficult part of the problem. Good to have that solved. That should plug in well with the logic for distributing stuff down the chutes into the furnace. And then we'll need to write the furnace logic for taking these variables and actually churning out the product once it's been loaded automatically. Seems good. This probably needs a label too. Let's give this like a target something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's maybe pretend we didn't. Alright, thirsty boy. Drink. So, are you setting the setting of the memory to the hash or the actual memory or what? I'm a little confused. So yeah, there's the physical, we've got the physical memory chips behind here. Those are what are actually being set. And it's being set to the correct hash code for the item that it's looking for. Which is going to be something like, if we look at the hash for coal, we just physically set the one for coal there, which is the item color. If you get the hash of the item color, then you end up getting this integer. And that's the correct hash to point to this. So that's what we're storing in the memory, and that's what we can read in our programs for the most part. And then this guy, this is pointed to that same memory, but we gave it the hash display chip, so it's reading that hash code and converting it into the hash display. So this one's just programmed to look at the memory chip. And then the stack here, when this guy runs, every iteration of the popping, it'll pop new values into all the consoles for like the integer values. These are all just numbers, number. And then there's a couple memories for any hash code is shoved into memory so that it can be pulled up here by these consoles with a hash chip. Yeah, I think I explained the same thing twice a little bit, but that's the whole process more or less. We can kind of see that here in the code too. If you look at just like the general structure for the popping ingots, is done where it'll just pop through the stack, pop off the pressure setting, put that in a console, pop off the temperature setting in a console, and then when it gets into hashes, it's popping those into memory items instead of consoles, where they can then be picked up elsewhere. So a little bit of a mix, and what we're using is like the intermediate shared memory between the various devices here. Might make sense to have it all on memory chips, and then access those elsewhere. But we're just going to manually deal with this for now. I think it's okay. Where some of it's on a medium console, some of it's on a small console, some of it's on memory. And it only matters in the one particular phase of the program where you're either writing that or reading it. So you just think about it once real quick and make sure it's all pointing to the correct thing. And then we're good from that. This will work as a fine connection between the furnace and stuff. When we go to read the codes of what we want here, the hash code in memory, it's going to be exactly the right hash code as like the name of one of these vending machines to click the button. So that'll be set up nicely. And then these are just integers that don't need any changing, so they're ready to go too. Seems good. This is that's nice. That's progress. The machine's hungry. The machine wants electrum. Next, we need to teach the machine how to bring in the parts for the electrum, which we're almost done with. I have that code written. I just need to tweak it for the new change and do some debug. But that's actually like, I wrote like 120 lines of code already for that. So we just need to polish that and make sure it's working. And then we need to tweak the furnace code to do the auto furnace, which I don't know. Some of the recipes are really particular. It might be hard to get something that works perfectly for the for all the various alloys. But we'll see. I'll take a stab at that. Live, laugh, love. What about some vendors? Let's look at vendors real quick. Can we buy any things? Any interesting things here? What do you think this is? It's a 3x3, so it sucks. Ooh, this guy might be good. Ooh, come on. I actually really want this one. I think this one's gonna have some decent recipes, maybe. But it's bad. And we can't get it. Alright, this guy comes in. This is an air dude, I think. I think it might sell nitrogen. We'll see the pricing. I don't know if it's better to buy them from liquid vendors or air vendors. But let's maybe try and add a little nitrogen. So it works, Pog. It works, Pog. This is exactly what I wanted. I just want to see, what are you trying to make? What do you need? And this is a perfect visualization. Seems good. I think the only thing might be having these high temps a little too high. Maybe we want to do 9999 or something that doesn't go into the exponents. What you got, guy? You want to buy anything? This is easy. This could be an easy 500 if we just could push a button and load up volatiles. He wants to buy 100 moles. So we could just turn a dial. We could have the exact, excuse me, we could have the exact same dials we have for the constructors, for like the hundreds place, 10 place, ones place. And that would just be in increments of hundreds of moles. So we could just go in, set 110 volatile button, and then have $550 roos for free. That is much better than manually farming stuff, for sure. But anyway, where are we? What are we doing? We're looking at stuff. This guy's got bulk nitrous oxide. Do not want bulk nitrogen. We do. Ooh, so this is 40 for 100. Was this 4,000 moles? That's actually a pretty decent amount of nitrogen. We should probably capture that. Okay, I think I want to buy this guy's nitrogen. I think I might even want to write a program so that we can autofill volatiles and sell him volatiles. And we can even right now just start selling him stuff. Let's turn this off. Make sure we're not pumping anything anywhere. But he wants to buy 110. We could just like feed him volatiles. Oops. I think that might already be too much. But yeah, like that's 500. So easy. And then we filled in too much, so we need to empty a thing. Let's double check that this is okay to do. I want to be sure. I think this is just dumping straight below. But no, it's it's going to dump into our oxygen collection. Okay, let's not do that. Fuck, that'd be bad. Don't turn the oxygen into fuel. This is scary. I'm gonna remove this right now. You should not be here. You are misbehaving. You are only gonna be a problem someday, for sure. What I was thinking, what I want to do, this should just go straight down and out. This is just exhaust. We should have a valve, a liquid and gas valve for just exhausting, so that we can automate that process too. Let's I can do that right now. Let's get this out. We don't need to do the automation portion, but we can just reroute this a little. So first off, all of this pipe is unnecessary. Could at least cannibalize some of it. Sure. Then this goes down. We're already outside, so we're safe to open this without a consequence. Yeah. Gas go down. Gas go down, gas go over. Who's a kitty? Gas go into passive vents. There's a good chance this will be a flamethrower. If it's pushing oxygen out, then boom. So make sure that's not gonna melt anything that matters. Kitty zooms. Zoom, kitty cat. I love you, big zoomer. Fix the floor. This is now safe to pump air out if we want to. I think we do. And that's dumping volatiles down below. We waste a little bit here, but not too much. Volatiles are cheap on this planet. Got a never-ending supply. We can beef up our production really easily, too. We literally just, like, add a couple vents, and it'll just be way more production. So that's an option. Anyway, this guy's now clearing. Goodbye to those moles. RIP those moles. All those cooled, delicious moles of pure volatile. Just wasted because I clicked buttons wrong and didn't feel like safes coming. That's all good. What else did you want? You wanted to buy one heavy filter. And then he wants to sell us nitrogen. Zoom! Kitty's zooming. Heavy carbon dioxide filter, right? If I recall correctly. Request 1, it'll send resources through the pipe. That's coming. Do I want to buy some nitrogen from this guy too, maybe? That should be easy. Do I have spare atmospherics on me? I do. I want an output. A gas output. Give me gas output. Good, right there. Spazier, by the way, dumb question. How do you link a vending machine to the trader pad to sell stuff? Oh yeah, that's zero effort. It's just the logic connection. Very, very, very worth doing. If you connect the logic to here, then it'll automatically just like connect items. So you can sell and you can also buy. So like if I buy oxite or the whatever that ore is, I can just immediately pop it out of my vending machine into my base. It is definitely much better than like putting it in the Vulcan atmosphere and having it immediately combust or whatever. Just plug it in. I'm surprised you haven't done that. You've been doing a bunch of trading already. Looking for a volume pump here. I think I actually don't have any. We got a bunch of turbos, but not a regular. I think I want a couple. Hello, kitty! Volume pump. Yes, I want 5. This can sell to the dude. Throw it in the machine. You've been selling cakes. Needs to finish building this. Are you just like slinging cake? Do you just buy cake and then resell the cake? I've heard you can buy and then resell for more, if I recall correctly. Just hoarding things as a trader is profitable business, I believe. Alright, so this is going to be giving us nitrogen. We need to run that to our nitrogen line. But that is extremely close. It's just right outside here. So we can do that right now. This is nitrogen, right? This is nitrogen. Oh yeah. Almost done. Uh-oh. What have I done? Where did it go? I don't think that's enough. Let's make sure we get enough here. Let's do something smaller first. And then we can do the longer one here. Is that gonna work? Did that come through on the other side? Why is there a wall here? It did. Perfect. Okay. So our nitrogen line for gas is now connected to this pump. This pump is not completed. So the whole thing is broken currently. We just need to throw one of these in. Yeah. Yeah, you are just slinging cake. Buys cake, sells cake. It's a good living. Let's take a look. How you doing? Did you empty the vacuum yet? Or are you still pumping? We're at vacuum, so I'll turn this off. Our containers are now empty. I will save just in case. But I'm like 99% confident we're good now. Let's go ahead and put this away if I can. If there's room, you go to space. You go to here. You go to space. Goodbye forever. So I just want to buy nitrogen. Give me all your nitrogen. Yep. Give. Anything to sell to you? We got that to sell to you. Anything else from this guy? Nope. Send him away. Now the whole thing is filled with nitrogen. We turn that on and pump all of that into our nitrogen supply. It will immediately cool way off. And just like, it's just adding more gas to the system. We're just trying to collect nitrogen here. That's basically what we're trading for. Liquid is kind of better. It really doesn't matter. We're going to be... Cooling is cheap. We'll use evaporative cooling to cool it off, whatever the start point is. Alright. And how about a quick check? How are we doing on nitrogen? Are we anywhere close to turning on our nitrogen cooling system? We have 500 liters of liquid in the tank. We have 5 okay, so we're at 5.8, 5.9. We've gone up almost 1 or over 1 megapascal, like 1.5 megapascals increase in pressure here. That's pretty good. Up to 14,000 moles. The exact same amount as our 500 liters here, basically. Okay. So pretty equal amount. I'm just thinking we can pull nitrogen from here as well as here to get our initial startup. And then it's a one-time cost of just getting it going. Still missing some cooling exchange between this nitrogen line and this liquid nitrogen. And cooling exchange between an oxygen line from here to here. That'll be what's eventually tied to these guys to connect this machine to that machine. Alright, we're doing alright. Things are good. Things are good. Need a couple more centrifuges too. We should add a few centrifuges to the line. That's super easy to do. I think I might add 2 right now. Looking good. Look at all of those potatoes. Potato rich. Any good vendors? Already got that one. That one is going further away. I think this guy's not good at all. Oh, that's really bad now. This is for the medium? Are we on medium? We're on the medium. We should be on large. What are you doing? Can you contact on large? No. I should delete the medium. We don't need the medium. Boing. Boing. Actually, give me some more pipes. Give me 200 pipes. How we doing? Do you need things? I bet you need things or you'd be running. There's things. There's running. Running because things. Do not try and align the dish. No. Not for large, usually. The large moves so slow. I think I could change the increments on my dials so it moves slower. Or sorry, moves faster. It moves less faster. But right now, every time you change it, it takes like minutes to adjust and then forever to acquire a target. It's pretty much unusable currently. If you're looking for really specific targets, like this one I want to bring in, just requires a large wattage. Even though we're super close, 25. It's still just like not enough. If I try and adjust, like we could do one, something like 5-10 degree turn. We're doing a little like 10 degrees in the horizontal, I think. And it's going to take forever to rotate, and then it's going to take forever to decide if that's even better or worse. And then I can try and bring them in. So just generally, it's not been working. I need to like write some code to automate that, I think. At the same time, the large dish is powerful enough. It's running at full power at all times. It can pretty much bring in most stuff. We've gotten a lot of bigger targets. Every smaller target you can immediately grab. 24. Oh! That was it. Amazing. Okay, we got 8 minutes to build 2 centrifuges. Did I say 2? 2's okay.
Oxygen critical.
I do that with the small and medium. Yeah. I literally done exactly. I have a medium that tracks the large exactly. So that theoretically the idea was I could set this up to point it at stuff first. And then that would follow. And I could just switch between them for what calls in what. And it has only been annoying. This has not helped at all. To the point where I'm coming up here right now to just remove it. This is getting in the way. And it's taking 7 kilowatts of power. So I think this solution isn't it. This was a try. It's a good idea. But I think it needs programming. I think IC code can detect the strength of the signal faster is the key thing. And then you're good from there. As long as you can see what the signal strength is right away. Get out of here. For the second time, I throw you into the ocean. Right, I was doing 2 centrifuges. What do those look like? Follow the pattern. Something like this. Just want to give them enough room. And I want to bring in that trader too. I don't want to leave him. I got 8 minutes. Can't forget. Easy centrifuge. Alright, just following the pattern. Gas comes in to power the centrifuge. Items come in through the chutes. I need to close this, and these need to process. Otherwise, when I remove this, it's going to just explode outwards in a bad way. Okay, let's get that in a minute. Let's see if we can bring in the dude. Oh, it's not even, it's halfway. Okay. Okay, so gas goes in here. Start with that. I guess first we could start with clearing the area a little. Gas goes here. Gas is red. You have a Discord server? Nah, not really. Almost a year in game, I know, right? I just said thank you to the planet. I sent it some potatoes as my thank you. It's been good. Is this the wrong one? It is. My bad. This is exhaust. This is input. There we go. Gas plugged in. Gas here too. Okay, gas goes there. Exhaust goes up, and then I need to go not miss the calling in of the dude. Don't want to miss that. He might have seeds, big seeds. Can't miss the dude's big seeds, uwu. Perfect timing. 3 minutes to spare. Okay, now with that one satellite dish, we don't have any accidental select the wrong satellite dish. And this guy acquires everything faster. So that should work. Let's bring this dude in and see if he has anything interesting. What did I need? We're just kind of waiting on the centrifuges need to finish processing the dirty ore. imagine this is done. Pump to vacuum, turn it off. Here comes dude. I hope he's got the Drogo ferns. Ooh, I'd love an exotic plant. Give me something fancy. Drogo fern in particular. Do you need air? Or are you gonna come out? You're coming out. You're good. Ah, shit. Alright, well, I'm gonna take these because I can. Wait, if I take this, it's just gonna die, right? This isn't a seed. This is like a plant that needs to be ready to go, or it dies. Winter spawn is probably one of the most useful things on this map. If I had factored it in or needed it or anything, maybe we'll make one of these one day, but I think you need like a grow house ready to go for this. So probably not going to get this. And also our cooling solution is nitrogen and pollution, and that's been fun. I don't think we need to take another tangent for cooling. What are you? I want to look that up. Hades flower. Anything else? Anything I haven't seen or purchased? No, looks good. You want to buy things? A little bit of carbon dioxide, a little bit of water. Oh, shit, yeah. What? What? You're paying way too much for easy stuff. 500 for a genetic splicer and a plant analyzer. What's Hades? Plant breathes. Ooh. 1 to 3 of volatiles and oxygen. And exhales heated pollutant. So it breathes a shitty fuel and then makes heat. That's fun. Okay, so this is for heating stuff. And then if you don't handle it right, it ignites the room it's in and explodes. That's awesome. That's fun. Definitely do not want. Alright, what did he want? He wanted the plant thing? He wanted this thing in particular. This is... Oh, I guess this is fancy. He wants a fancy thing. So he's paying 500 for it. I'll take one fancy thing. That's all good. I'm just gonna... We're gonna keep this guy for a minute. He's chilling. Let's go finish the centrifuges. See those turn on. Start processing ore faster than we're producing it is the idea. It's already totally maxed out right now. And that'll give us more nitrogen, basically. That's the only reason we're cranking out so much of this. It's making a ton of silver and gold and then just dumping it into lava. And we're collecting the nitrogen that process creates. That's the only thing we're looking for here, basically. We'll probably turn a few of those off after we have enough nitrogen. Anyway, this is nearly done. It's going to need chutes and a little bit of programming, which is already done. It's going to need mergery things. Junction. Just straight. Nothing fancy. Save resources. Save clicks mainly. Click half as much. Cool, you can see it unloading. It's doing its thing. Alright, so that's part of it. That goes there. What do you look like? You're an overflow? So you prioritize heading down, and then you overflow right when down is full. We will continue with that. Overflow goes this way. There it is. And then no overflow here, since this is the end. This is a corner. Straight, 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 straight. Just fucking straight, straight. Window? I give up. Window. Straight. Okay, there's that. Almost done here. Let's see, is this gonna explode? Nope, not really. One ore. Not a problem. And you become the merger overflow. There it is. Okay, so it's still prioritizing going this way. And then it backs up this direction. Now we need programming and memory chips and power, which is not asking for much. Do you even have the automation chips? I don't think you do. You're self-automated. You're not plugged in. You're plugged in. That's okay. That's power. Okay. They need a memory chip. It needs to be labeled. What did I call these? You are min 2, you are min 1.
Jetpack low.
It should be this way. It should be min 1, min 2, min 3,
Jetpack critical.
min 4. This is the memory threshold where these will turn on. Jetpack's out. Let's fix that real quick. Bloop. So this one's the very front of the line. This guy's going to turn on when we have anything, -1. It's going to always be on. This one's going to turn on. Did I set that right? Did I change your name to -1? Value -1. Good. Value here. This will turn on if we have 100 build up. Then turn on. This will be 300 build up. This will be 500 build up. And this is the build up in the silo, which is currently maxed out at 600. So all of these should turn on. The last thing we're missing here is the programming and the screwdriver to plug in the device of the memory. So for programming, we will do our laptop with our throw in an IC chip. This is going to be what code? Furnace something? Centrifuge. Centrifuge. Take the centrifuge code. Confirm. Export. Throw it in. That breaks things immediately. Starts making angry beeps. Export. Throw it in. Turn that off. So this needs, for D1, it needs the silo. And then for D2, it needs its memory. Your memory is min 1, your silo is silo. Silo, min 1. Min 1. Okay, so now you've got the silo connection for the count of regents. You've got the min 1 for your minimum count of regents at -1. You should turn on. Should start warming up. Should start getting stuff. But only as soon as we pull this and allow things to flow through again. You're gonna die. Goodbye into the void. We're gonna let the storm get you. Again, this is silo. And then min 2. Min 2. Turn that on. It should turn on as well. Starts going. Okay, so now we've got 4 centrifuges, which will hopefully keep up with the added deep miners as this is overflowing. We want to... It's pretty easy. We just added 2 more. We can just keep going. But we definitely want to have enough of these that the silo is always emptying, so that if we start bringing in stuff from like rockets, that'll get immediately processed. And then hopefully with using minimum values for turning on, these things aren't just going overkill all the time. But I imagine there's also going to be conditions where like they'll get turned on and then not be able to finish, since it's prioritizing going down the line. So they'll just like run forever, perhaps. We'll see. This isn't a terrible waste of fuel. It's not so bad. Alright, that's the thing. That's a bunch of things. We've done a bunch of things. We've done a bunch of things. I can't think of any of them being fantastically significant. But I think this is a pretty good progress here. I think this is a pretty good day. It's been like 6 hours. I need to take a break and eat food. Take Kitty for a walk. I think it's break time. I might stream a little Battlefield later tonight. But I think I might just take a break for today too. Recharge a little bit. Game is fun though. This was a good day. What did we do today? We did a bunch of farming. We made many thousands of dollars of dollaroos. We have 25,000 still. We got a bunch of plants. We finished styling stuff a bit. It looks much nicer in here. Looks much nicer in there. We got progress done here on creating the logic for figuring out how to make stuff so that we can teach a furnace how to automatically craft whatever we want to craft. In this case, it's looking for electrum. So still a little bit of programming to do here for teaching that furnace and finishing the code for distributing stuff from the mall to the furnace. But this is getting close, and this is a big part. That's much closer. That's one part that I was a little bit confused on. How are we going to do that? And it's working perfectly. It works real nice. We should be able to put all the training into that one chip to teach it how to make everything. And I like this display a lot. That looks good. So I'm feeling happy with this. I'll keep picking away at this. Maybe next time we start writing some of the code for the chutes. Start tackling the auto furnace after that. Even if we just get the chute set up and we're manually running the furnace, we could just run up and it's like, hey, the furnace is hungry, it wants this. And like, alright, fine, I'll click the buttons. We just have to do that every once in a while. And soon enough, it's going to be everything stocked and it's not requesting anything. This is only like telling us what chores we need to do. And it's the last remaining thing in the whole production line, from like drilling ore through harvesting it and smelting it, distributing it, turning it into advanced alloys. The last remaining bit there will just be we have to run up to the furnace occasionally and do the job of whatever it's asking for. Make electrum, just like add fuel. All the reagents are already there. So even that's progress. That's pretty nice. Okay, this is good. I'm feeling good about it. I'm having fun. Game is fun. More to do there. Get the furnace set up. Get the nitrogen going. We got to spend those dollaroos. Maybe spend some time on the satellite code. Or the code for the trading. I want to get the trading set up with dials so that we can just put in whatever resources we want to sell and specify how many moles we want to sell. Have that all happen automatically, quickly and easily. That's a pretty easy chore, I think. Probably get that done in an hour or two. It'll be a fun program to write. And like super useful for selling and making money. So I think I want to do that. I want to keep buying the nitrogen. Keep trying to get the nitrogen going. I want to look for the Drogo ferns. I want to get Drogo ferns, and I want to swap out our whole fern bank with Drogo ferns that have the exact same requirements, but produce 4 times the oxygen. That'll get way, way more water production. So that's a good thing to do. If we get the trading set up too, with lots of resources, we may want to beef up our atmospherics a bit. That's the thing to do. And that should be pretty easy. I think this whole thing is designed where it's more or less easy to expand in like parallel. If we just need to add more pieces to any particular chunk, then we can do that, and we should have way more than enough cooling to handle whatever amount of like water or steam we want to throw through. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, that all sounds good. Making progress, and still just kind of pushing slowly towards improving base infrastructure and getting the rockets. I want to do rockets. It's like a whole tangent of the game that I've not explored at all, and that I think is really significant. I think it's going to be the core of moving resources between our bases when we get outposts. We'll want to use rockets and even automate them. And then once that's done, we'll have infinite resources in the mall that are automatically processing into advanced alloys and whatnot. And it'll just be like a total sandbox. You just run up and whatever you want to make, it's no problem. Click on the things, tell them how much to make. Everything else happens automatically. That'll be a fun place to be. I've never automated that hard. And before I do anything, I'm gonna get $500 out of this guy.
Critical.
This guy's full of money. I'm gonna steal this guy's money. I think I'm gonna throw a raid to anyone else who's playing Stationeers. Let's see if anyone else is playing right now. Anyone I follow in particular. Seems good. I'm happy with this day. This was a fun day. Lots of small progress. Base looks better. It was an easy 6 hours. It went by super fast. I didn't realize it was 6 hours. I gotta eat food. I'm dying right now. Neglect my human while I play video game. Alright, seems good. I'm gonna look for a raid. Thank you for watching, Internet. I hope that you enjoyed. I had fun.